If you'd all stand, please, we'll have a pledge of allegiance. Tom, if you'll lead us this morning.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, welcome back to 2020. Starting a new decade, a new month, new everything. All right, Commissioners, if you had an opportunity to review, it's been a long way back there, our December 17th Board of County Commissioners meeting.
Yes, sir, I have, and I would move that we accept the proceedings of the Board of the Commissioners, Montezuma County, December 17th, 2019.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes as presented for our proceedings of the Board of County Commissioners for December 17th, 2019. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Okay, we'll now proceed. We have some Mylars. I think we've got some signing on from our planning department, a couple of Mylars. Dollar General Store on the Schmitt property and the Foster property.
Correct.
You ready for us?
We're ready.
Got old trusty blue here.
All right. You got several things to sign on this one. This is the variance for the percentage of property covered by the building.
Okay, this is still on the dollar store?
Yes.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah, all of this is for the
Yeah,
dollar
it's
store.
all the same. Here's the high impact permit. Yeah, just Keenan has to sign the variance.
Now, Jim and I have to sign that. Oh, one more.
Got one more Mylar on it. I don't know. We're gonna go see them.
Okay, this is sign that too. What is today? 7.
I'm not helping you.
Well, I can.
Just to stamp that one.
From December. Did you screw it up again?
I didn't. Again. Again and again.
I don't need some of that.
No, that's. There we go.
Okay, this one's done.
When did you date that?
Oh, I didn't date that. I forgot to date it.
It's not December.
Here's a rubber band. Yeah, December 2020.
Don't laugh, it'll be December 2020 before we know it.
I know.
An old Baxter come across the farm.
We gotta make one more in, so I can taste it, because I didn't taste it.
You never even got a taste of it.
I don't know if it came taste good. I mean,
Yep.
I can't necessarily make that.
Glasses are made with scotch.
All right, thank you, Don and Jane, Planning Department. That takes care of you guys?
That does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good way to start off the new year.
All right, short and sweet.
Get started done. We'll now open up the meeting to public comment. If there's anybody here that wishes to address the commissioners this morning, please come up and give your name and address and tell us what's on your mind.
Hold that there. Thank you,
see
Mr.
that?
Candelaria. I feel like I'm in, when you set that clock, I feel like I'm in the penalty box in a hockey game. I'll come out skating when it gets to the 3 minutes. I just wanted to say Happy New Year to all of you publicly, and as well as Mr. Baxter, who I missed going around saying hi earlier. And I just think about the last 12 months and how accomplished the three of you have worked together and how many projects you've approved, and for those that you didn't approve, the rationale that you had behind it and all the good thinking. And I'm proud to have supported all three of you in the past in your campaigns and so forth. And I'm just thinking again, this is an important year, 2020. Everybody making hoopla about 2020. And I think it's really important that you continue to be just as transparent as you've been, just as opportunistic as you've been, and cooperative as you've been, and fiery fights as you've had. I just think it's a wonderful panel that we have here as commissioners. So I just want to cheer you on and wish more people would attend county commissioner meetings on Tuesday and be a part of this so they could understand how much work really goes into this. I mean, you guys do a lot of homework, a lot of preparation. We can tell that in the audience when you respond to questions. And lastly, a kind of a selfish thing, I just wanted to say that I will not seek, nor will I accept the nomination for any public office in the county of Montezuma, whether it's at this level or the county Republican Party or any party at all. In fact, the only party I'm going to have this summer is I'm going to build my own house. So I really hope you guys and the rest of you all can relax. I will not be running at any level. So thank you guys for everything you've done.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
Those are mighty kind words. Anybody else for public comment?
M.B. McAfee, 22277 County Road 20. I would like to say thank you for the dedication and the time that you've put into being a commissioner. I think probably of most of the public that's watching or is here today, I probably have a better understanding than many people about what you're doing, what your powers are. For the most part, well, actually, you're a well-oiled team, for the most part. I would take issue a bit with Tom's comment about how transparent you are, because I think there are some areas where you're not, and I've talked about those things in the course of my public comments over the time. What I would really like to see you do in 2020 is get out and visit more with constituents that are not part of your crowd, so to speak. And I don't think that's asking too much. I think that's actually being very reasonable to ask you to do. And for Commissioner Ertel and Sukla, that can set a good example for whoever the next two commissioners are that sit in your seats. So a job well done for the most part in 2020 or in 2019, and I am looking for a better job on all fronts in 2020. Thank you.
Good morning, Kim. Good morning, gentlemen. Happy New Year to you all. I want to add my comments to pretty much what Tom said. I agree full-heartedly with how you've run 2019, years past. You are working very well for Montezuma County. I think it makes Montezuma County a good place to be and be from. So I thank you very much for your hard work, the work, dedication that goes into the jobs that you do. I do think I have to take the opposite. I think you are very transparent. I do think that if you weren't, you wouldn't be allowing people to come up and say the things that they have to say to criticize some of your decisions. You're not going to please everyone, and some people you're not going to please any, and you know that. But I think, for the most part, you're doing a really good job. And so I, too, look forward to, you're going to have a lot of things coming to you in 2020. There's no doubt about it. Lots of things from the national level, state level, and down to the local level. So you're going to have some decisions to make, and I know that you'll put your heads together and do a good job. And you do listen to the public and their comments. So thank you very much, and Happy New Year to you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim, do you have his address for your records?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Give us your name and your address.
Yes. Alan Mays, 21693, County Road 21.
Anybody else? Okay, we'll close this portion of the meeting. Public comment is closed. We'll now move to the reorganization of the Board of County Commissioners. And I would like to move and from the organization here at the commission, I would like to nominate and move the Commissioner Larry Don Sukla move into the chairman's seat for the commission, and Commissioner Jim Candelaria move into the vice chair position, and Commissioner Ertel go to chairman of deeds. So I would like to make a motion to that effect.
You good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so am I. Do we have to
Better have a second on that, yeah.
Second.
Okay. Been moved and seconded to approve the organizational chart for the Board of County Commissioners, Chairman Larry Don Sukla, Vice Chairman James Candelaria, and Commissioner of Deeds Keenan Ertel. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Do we want to move into that at this meeting, or wait until your next meeting?
We can wait till the next meeting.
Okay, all right, we'll make that effective our next regular meeting.
I agree.
Okay. We'll now move down to our appointments on the different committees and organizations that we are all a part of. The region not on the Southwest TPR, we have Commissioner Candelaria as our main appointee and Commissioner Ertel as alternate. I'm going to go through these, and if there's any changes that you want, then stop me anywhere along the way here. Our Region 9 Economic Development will be Chairman Larry Don Sukla will be our main appointee. Our alternate will be Jim Candelaria.
Can I make a suggestion that we
Sure.
switch those and have me as the alternate and Commissioner Candelaria?
As the
You fine with that,
appointee.
Jim?
Yeah.
You good with that?
I'm good with
Okay.
that.
So moved. We'll make Commissioner Candelaria the primary appointee, and Commissioner Sukla will be the alternate. Okay. AAA, Commissioner Ertel will be the main appointee and Commissioner Sukla the alternate. Southwest Workforce Board, Commissioner Ertel will be the main appointee to that. Commissioner Candelaria will be the alternate. Montezuma County Housing Authority, Commissioner Sukla will continue in that capacity with Commissioner Candelaria as the alternate.
I'm good with it if you're still good with it, just
Okay.
the way it stands.
Okay.
Maybe halfway through the year, we could do some swapping around. We're right at the point where looking for the $11 million to redo the Caucus building, and once we get that done, then it'll put
That'll
it
be
in
a good
motion.
Okay.
transition time.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had that on. Sorry. Beg your pardon. Housing Solutions, Commissioner Candelaria will be the lead appointee. Commissioner Ertel will be the alternate. Ute Mountain Tribal Council, Shaq, our administrator, will be our lead person there with Commissioner Ertel as the alternate. Lower Dolores River Working Group, Commissioner Sukla will be the lead commissioner on that, Commissioner Tell the alternate. Club 20, I would kind of like to see this changed over if Commissioner Candelaria is in agreement with that. I'd kind of like to see Commissioner Candelaria be our main appointee for that, and I'd certainly be the alternate, but I think it will be good for you to get started in that Club 20 where you're going to have an ongoing relationship with them where I'm not going to. So,
Okay.
Is that all right with you?
That's
Is that all right
fine.
with you, Commissioner Sukla?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And the Native Fish Monitoring and Recommendation Team, Commissioner Sukla will be the lead on that. Commissioner,
Who did you put for the alternate for Club 20?
I'll remain the alternate.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, just flip-flop in that.
Okay.
And then the Native Fish Monitoring Recommendation Team, Commissioner Sukla will be the lead commissioner on that with Commissioner Candelaria as the alternate. And I'm not sure who we have for legal publications for 2020.
I found that on an old list with no name on it,
Yeah.
so.
So it has been Cortez Journal in the past, and I don't know if the last couple of years if we've actually named anyone.
I think there's only 1-2 name, isn't there? Is that right? Jim, am I correct? They don't recognize the Free Press as a legal publication.
Right, we're the newspaper of record.
Newspaper of record.
At least once a week.
Yeah, and is that kind of what they require?
That's the minimum.
Minimum, okay, all right. Then I guess we make the Montezuma Valley Journal our publication of record.
The Cortez Journal.
Cortez Journal, what did I say, Montezuma Valley Journal? I forget what name they go by now. It should be the Herald, it should be the Durango Herald or the Farmington Free Press or the Valentine Express or something like that. Okay. All right, gentlemen, I think that takes care of our appointees. Now then, we will
There is one thing there's one thing that we didn't address. It wasn't on that list, and that's CCI. And
yeah.
which I'm running for the chair of public lands again, but I believe that Commissioner Candelaria needs to be more involved in that this year so that he can transition into.
Yeah, I think we'll just make it a point to make him.
And I will be headed up there the 22nd.
Yeah,
22nd, I'm with Kim. 23rd and the 24th, I believe, then I'll be up there for the legislative address on Thursday and Friday. So I'll be up there those 2 days in Denver also.
Good.
I will be at CCI.
I agree with you, Commissioner. The more familiarized that we have Commissioner Candelaria and the more involved in CCI business, the better off for Montezuma County. Yeah.
So that week I'll pretty much be between Colorado Springs and Denver the whole week.
Good.
I'll be up there as well.
Good.
Okay.
Good, both of you go. Good. I agree with that. Okay, anything else on those appointments? Okay, we'll now move to our department heads. And Shaq has given us a list of the department heads that are now in place, and we'll see if there's any changes. We have County Attorney John Baxter, County Administrator Shaq Powers, County Road and Bridge Supervisor Rob Englehart, County Fairgrounds Manager Larry Copeland, County GIS and Mapping Doug Roth, Montezuma County Public Health Department Bobby Locke, County IT Jim McLean, County Maintenance Mike Chenard, County Natural Resources James Dietrich, Montezuma County Noxious Weed Department Bonnie Loving, County Senior Nutrition and AAA Jonathan Parker, Director of Social Services for Montezuma County Gina Montoya, Veterans Affairs Officer Rick Torres, Montezuma County Emergency Manager Mike Pasquin, MoCo Transportation, Montezuma County Transportation Jennifer Morris, Montezuma County Landfill Mel Jarman, and Montezuma County Planning Department Don Haley. So those are our current positions. Are there any?
I would say that since it's past 7 years, that this would probably be the best team that Montezuma County has ever had.
Yeah.
We don't see eye to eye with them at times, but overall, that is a very quality representative of, proud to have them people represent Montezuma County. And I would make a motion to approve all office appointments that's on the screen.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded for the reappointment and appointment of the 4 attached list of department heads for Montezuma County. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I agree with you 100%. That's a good,
I agree.
good lineup. We got a good team, good crew here. Really good crew. Okay. We now have our Montezuma County Assessor, Leslie Bugg, is here with a task contract for our assessing of oil and gas properties and personal property and all of that. Personal property. It's the one that we've done every year and is missed.
I believe it's going on 10 years.
Yeah, what's the gentleman's name that I can't ever remember?
Jerry Wisdom.
Jerry Wisdom, that does all that oil and gas, yeah.
Wait, am I mistaken? I thought we paid 30 grand in the past. It looked like this was 29. Have we always paid 29?
He's never.
Okay.
Never varied that.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it wouldn't make sense that it went down. I just, my recollection was that
Okay, I
it
need
was
a,
more.
I need a motion for us to enter into that contract.
So I would move that we accept the contract for services from TASC Task for the Montezuma County Assessor's Office.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the contract for services with TASC for Montezuma County and our oil and gas personal property evaluations. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Takes all our signatures, gentlemen, so.
Commissioners doesn't need an apostrophe up again at the bottom of your signature page.
No,
I'm
you're
sorry,
right,
I'm
it
not
doesn't.
into
I
it.
probably won't invalidate the contract,
Well, thank you, good.
but cross it out. Yeah, cross it out.
There.
Thank
Stricken.
you, Commissioner Candelaria, for striking that error. Okay. You need a copy of that, don't you, Kim, as well?
She usually gets me a copy.
She'll get you, okay. All right, Leslie, thank you.
Thank you.
Southwest Health Systems.
Sign it, I'll scan it and get you.
We have an amendment to our signatures on some of your funding.
Yes. Hi, how you doing?
Good morning, how are you,
Morning.
Tony?
Morning. Last, I believe earlier, or last year, Bank of Durango was acquired by a company out of Texas, and that parent company has requested that Bank of Durango sell their part of the consortium back to Zion Bank, and that change in ownership requires approval of the county commissioners. So basically, that's what we're working through at this point. So we're just asking for approval of that to move that forward.
Zion happy to take that back?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Now, there was some, I have not heard, there was a thought that maybe some of the other banks might participate in that yet, but I don't know if that got finalized out.
You know, I received an email this morning with 2 forms for us to sign. I'm unclear on where the numbers come from. Do you know why the numbers change, or why we got 2 new ones this morning?
I do not. No, I had not seen that.
And it does have something to do with other banks joining in.
Joining in? Okay, that's very well possible, because as late as Friday afternoon, I was hearing there might be some additional participation. So.
Right.
Did the numbers change drastically?
Do you have to have that today? Or
You know, I know they're
can we get it
trying to
this
get it
afternoon
wrapped
after
up.
we have time to look at it a little bit further?
I would think that would be okay if you all need to do that. I just wanted to be here in case you had any questions of me or what was going on with it.
It sounds like that there might be other banks wanting to, is that going to be possible, or does Zion have a?
No,
monopoly?
Zion had reached out to all the other members and asked if anyone wanted to participate. So it's very possible that that's what that is.
But that would be between Zion, they would participate that between Zion and the other banks,
Yep.
not necessarily with us.
Yeah, I think the total amount that was being, that Bank of Durango had was, originally was $5 million, and I think it stands at about $4 million in principal now. So they'll just split that on whatever way the
Whatever
banks
they-
want to split
however
it.
they want to participate
Yes.
that out.
Yes.
Yeah, so there was one for about 25 million and one for 5 million, and So the two that we got this morning have numbers of remaining principal of 25,579, and then 1,472,000. You know, I don't know how important or significant it is. I don't understand where they come up with these numbers. I mean, what I do understand, what I'm comfortable with, is that it doesn't count as indebtedness to the county.
To the county, right.
It's not anything they can come after the county for. But I can't tell you that I understand exactly where they come up with these numbers from. And, you know, if I'm signing them, I probably want to understand that.
Can you tell us where they come up with the numbers?
I can't right now. Like I said, I had not seen if there was something sent this morning, I didn't get it, so.
I've got them right here if you want to look at them. I mean,
Okay.
I don't know if they're
Well,
comprehensible
Tony,
to you
I'd
or not.
recommend we get a little bit more
Okay.
firm, a little, it sounds like things are still in a little bit of
Right.
flux here before we,
Okay.
before we commit a signature to that. So if you could maybe get with our attorney or at least get those documents and find out exactly what's
will do.
moving from
Will do.
Durango, First National Durango into Zion and how that's gonna go,
Okay.
I think we'd probably be more comfortable
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Let me grab you right now if that's
Okay.
okay.
Yeah,
I'll step out
sure.
with you.
All right,
Thank
you bet, Tony,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Good luck with that. Okay. Now we're into Public Works. We have Road and Bridge. Mr. Engelhardt, our newly appointed Road and Bridge Supervisor. Our newly reappointed, reappointed, yeah. We're good, how are you today?
What'd I get?
He's getting a little carried away with that time box up there, man.
Get it started. Turn it on.
No, we're on your time. We're on your time, Rob.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, you
Happy
guys.
New Year to
Yeah.
you.
Congratulations on your reappointments. We're gonna enjoy this last year with you and miss you when you're gone. So,
Yeah, well,
anyway.
we'll see us through hopefully another good year. I like the way we're headed.
Well, we got a lot going on. Right now it's a little bit slow, but the snow over the holidays was, it didn't hit us too hard, and so we had a nice holiday, yet we got some snow, so
Yeah.
it went well. Everything's cleaned up. That's kind of what they're doing today, and yesterday was cleaning up out there in the North Country and even out towards Goodman Point, which had a lot of wind out there and some
Yeah.
drifting, so.
Yeah, we had some wind with it,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, but overall, we did pretty well, and we could have used more, like Mr. Mays was saying when I first walked in, instead of plowing snow, I wish you would deliver some more, but, you know, I'm happy to do that too.
It may be coming, you know.
It may be
We still
coming.
got a lot of winter left.
We do, and last year, I think we all remember, if we don't, we didn't really get started till January anyway, so I think we're doing real well. I think
Yeah,
we've got a
we're
good snow
way
pack.
ahead of the ballgame right now, we sure are.
The Mancus crews and Dolores crews have stayed very busy, you know, with their plowing, so it's good to have it
Well,
up in the
just over at
mountains.
Hesperus, what we've got here and what they've got at Hesperus, like night and day. I mean, there's a
You're
lot
right.
of snow at Hesperus.
Yeah, so.
Yeah,
So I think we're doing all right. The equipment went well through the holidays. We had some trucks that had a few problems. Some of them newer ones we got from the state had a few issues, but we worked our way through them and finding that all the equipment's doing well. So we did well. So as far as schedule goes, right now we're doing mostly general type work. Cortez, Dolores, and Roundup are basically doing tree trimming and snow removal and cleanup. We are doing some work out at Pleasant View on that Quonset shed, getting it ready for the transition into the new building.
Yeah.
And using it for a sand shed. We're taking some of the old wooden office structure out of there and cleaning all that up and getting ready to reutilize it for a sand shed. So I think that's gonna work good, so.
Do you think, Rob, it's probably not gonna take a whole lot for the county to, any major remodeling or reconfiguring that building for you there with the fire department, is it?
No, we walked through it here a couple weeks ago before the holiday, and
Yeah.
the doors on the south end, we're gonna rearrange those, so I'll get a contractor to look at that and take this, what is there, Jim, 3 doors there, wasn't there?
3 doors.
Yeah,
right.
so we'll take 2 out and make 1 big one, so
I
we
got
can get the blades in there.
I got you, yeah.
And that'll give us the height and the width to be able to do that, and then the west doors, they fit pretty well with our snow plows, just the way they are, so we'll be able to back plows into there.
Good.
We do need to run an airline from the north end to the south end to run impact tools to change grader blades and things. And that's about it, and we're ready to go. And then the old Quonset, like I said, we want to put some precast concrete blocks in there and put sand in there. And that'll supply sand in Pleasant View Yellow Jacket without going all the way to the roundup, and then get loaded, and then an uphill climb all the way back out there to spread sand, which will be a big savings in time to us. A lot of help doing that. So
Time and fuel and everything.
and fuel, but the time it takes to drive, it's not bad driving south empty. It's loaded coming north. It takes time to roll back up there with them old trucks and all that weight. So that'll be a big help.
Good.
Overall, it's just going to be a big improvement in that Pleasant View Yellow Jacket area in time and efficiency on our equipment.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so I don't know how much longer we'll be waiting to get all the legal work done on the transition and the purchase and all that, but that's the direction we're going. So, yeah. The other thing we're working on, the truck drivers, that crew, not a lot of graveling we can do right now, so we've got them doing driveways and approaches, putting in gravel. We completed Road 25 before the holidays, a bunch on Road L and M west of 491. And then this week we found that down south in Cortez, down to like Road 21, Montezuma, Road G, all the way to the state line, there's no snow or nothing in the driveway, so we're working all those roads and going clear the state line, fixing the driveways, approaches, turnouts, anywhere where we have holes and potholes in the gravel portion along the edge we're trying to fix so we can quit breaking into the asphalt and the chip seal. So we're doing that all the way down through there. And if it weather continues through the next couple of weeks, we'll probably even get some more of these roads down in the South Valley here, clean those up. So we're doing some of that. And again, tree trimming. This is the tree trim time of year. It's not something we like to do particularly, but it is good work. And the ditches it's a good time to do it. So we're working on that kind of stuff. So. Crusher is up at Ormiston, and we were in the process of crushing their drain rock for the landfill, the new cell, when we hit a problem there with the engineering, and I knew this was going to happen because they switched engineers, and he finally decided he wants to talk about it. So now we got to stop and get tests and send it to him and verify. So I told Randy, I said, give him some tests and then
Is that CDPHE engineer?
I don't know. Ask Shaq. I don't know.
I wasn't part of this process. That's Mel.
This is a new engineer that's doing the landfill engineering drainage, and it's the same spec. But he's got to put his name on it, so he wants to make sure everything's cool. So I knew this would happen. So.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're okay. We're going to make road base while we're waiting for results and verification, and we'll continue that. The Forest Service called yesterday, and they want to work out an agreement with us if we can for more gravel out of that pit this summer. So I said, great, and the good news. Also, they're very open to continuing opening up that pit for us and creating more area for us after they do some cultural studies. So I think all that was good news yesterday coming from Pete over there at the Forest Service. So,
Was there any talk about what we had last month, an overlay, the Forest Service working with the county on trying to get an overlay on the Dolores Norwood Road?
Not in that conversation,
Okay.
I don't. So, but I'm sure that will come up again. I think we've all decided that there's more we can do, and I think they're willing to work with us. It's just a timing thing and maintenance issues and money and the whole thing. So
That road, it needs to be done here pretty soon in certain areas.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
gonna lose that
Yeah.
road.
So-
That road's gonna go.
yeah, and I talked to some of the guys from Four Corners yesterday and gave them some preliminary information on what we're doing this summer for overlay. Also talked to Elam, so they're all aware of our projects, our mileage, our tonnages, and locking in those oil prices like we discussed before the holidays. So everything's moving along just the way we planned on that. So we're doing good. This is the right time of year. This is kind of what do we do for the field is kind of difficult at times, but this is the time of year we get all these other things done for next spring or away we go. So getting all that wrapped up. So with that, that's the schedule. On the 7th Street extension, we're not doing anything except working right now. We've had a phone call from Montezuma Water. They do plan on running water from Road 27 back across to Sligo Street with county water there. I think I'll put them on the south side, Jim, and then that way I don't have to do sleeves under the road with water. Everything will be over there. And then if anybody on the north side ever wants water, they'll just have to bore back across into the road. But most of the landowners are on the south side that were interested, and we'll just put that main water line, 6-inch main, on the south side. So if you're having conversations with like the fiber optics or the electrical in your meetings, put them on the north side. We'll keep them away from the water.
Okay.
That'd be fine with me.
The fiber optics is gonna come up today also.
Okay.
Correct.
So then they can be on the north side and there won't be any interference with the water. Water can go 4 foot and they can go 18 inches or 30 inches, whatever they require, and there won't be any interference there. And we got plenty of room on both sides. So So just for a conversation piece, I think that's the best way to fit it in there, so.
Is the water so they can loop the system, or is it so they can catch those landowners that?
Right now, I think it's more catch the landowners, because they stopped, their jurisdiction would stop at Sligo.
Right.
So I don't see how that would loop, but I don't know that for a fact, but I think we can find out for you real quick.
Well, I know they try to loop systems as much
They-
as possible.
Yeah.
They would try to loop it, but you're correct. They probably can't tie to the city right there, so they probably will stop at a hydrant or something, a shut off there.
That's the way I'm
Because
guessing.
it's a jurisdiction that they can't cross.
Maybe by the time I see you again, I'll know more, because we're supposed to be setting up a meeting where we do a job walkthrough with Montezuma Water and get all these kind of things figured out and we'll have better answers. But that's the general idea. And I just want to bring it up today, so when you're talking to the fiber optic or electrical people in some of these meetings, I want to put the water on the south and the utilities on the
Fiber on the
north.
north. Has Atmos gotten a hold of you?
No,
Do
they
have any
haven't. I
interest
don't-
at
they
all?
haven't.
Because, okay.
I reached out to them and they're very aware of it, and nobody's came back to us with any ideas or any plans to do anything, so, yeah. So they were provided a set of plans and the whole works, so.
Well, they could still stay out of the roadway and stay on the.
Oh,
easement.
yeah, there's
Okay.
plenty of room in our right of way to go down through there, for sure, so. Anyway, that's kind of what's going on there. What else? That was about it. I really don't have a lot to, oh, cars, the new electric cars are coming today. Sent a crew over to pick them up and sign for those. They're going to the health department, social department, IT, so they'll be numbered appropriately and checked out and ready to go. Mike did come pick up the chargers yesterday and working with his electrical group and getting chargers put in for them. So I think that's all happening this week. Maybe by early next week, these cars can be assigned to where they go. And then that leaves us a question of the social and the health departments giving up a vehicle or using that vehicle somewhere else or whatever, and you guys might want to look at that. I think next week is Shane's turn to come in and visit with you, and I'll come with him on this first meeting with you on this fleet stuff, and we can discuss some of those things, so something to think about for the week while we're getting these cars ready, so, to go, so. I think Shane can tell you a heck of a lot quicker than I can whether the cars that health or social have are worth keeping or we should just sell them too, you know, so I think it'd be a better conversation with them. Again, thank you from the road department for the 2% pay increase. It was greatly appreciated, and I think the crews in their funny little way were very happy with that, so, you know, it's good. So, other than that, I'm done.
I've had a constituent contact me about Road 40 over in Mancus.
Okay.
If you could, apparently, I thought the road department, if people called in with concerns about a road or an issue with the road, that there was some type of a form or check-off list that, you know, on Thursday, December 27th, we had a phone call that we've got potholes, blah, 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 to kind of keep track, a record of calls that come in on roads that maybe citizens complain about that maybe the road department's not that aware of. So is there anything, does Anita or anybody there that answers the phone, Rob, do they keep track of those calls and kind of keep a scorecard of roads that are getting called upon?
Every call comes in, gets documented on a call-in sheet.
Yeah.
And it's on, we call it the clipboard.
Mm-hmm.
And those are all kept for record.
Okay.
And then every one of them go out, if there's a call for a problem, goes to the appropriate district foreman as a repair call or a call-out sheet to go check it out.
Right.
Sometimes they go over there and they go, no, they're not worth worrying about. And maybe, you know, like I think I heard today, some opinions are different than others.
Yeah.
You know? So, and but every call gets attention.
Okay.
Some of them don't require much work. Some of them require, well, I'm glad you called. You know.
Mhm.
So, but they are recorded and kept up.
Okay.
And some people will call 6 times a day, and some people won't call at all. And so it's a very large range of different opinions, you know, so but every one of them are recorded and checked, yes.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
In fact, there's some we wish they would call.
Yeah,
You know, we
yeah.
can't be everywhere at once, and then
Sure,
we find
sure.
out later, gosh, people, why didn't you call us?
They can give you information that you're not on every one of those roads every day or every week. So,
Yeah,
they can give you.
We say, why didn't you call us?
Heads up
Well, I
about
didn't
it.
want to be a bother,
Well,
you know,
yeah.
so you get those type too. So
Yeah.
It's all across the board. So,
Okay.
is there an issue on 40 I need to go look
Well,
at?
apparently there's an issue that it's one of the roads that accesses Chicken Creek, and according to this gentleman, there's an awful lot of traffic on that road that's not residential of the subdivision, or there's a subdivision that comes off of Road 40 up there somewhere, but it's an access to Chicken Creek recreation area or
Right.
whatever Chicken Creek is. And he said the road's just in horrible shape, that it needs, I don't know if and I don't know what he means by horrible shape. I mean, potholy, no gravel, whatever, just getting beat up or tore up, so. But he told me that it needs some attention that it's not getting. And that there's a lot more traffic on it than just the people that are living, that have residential properties on that, it gets a lot of the public access in Chicken Creek and stuff, so.
Okay, we'll go look at it.
So take a look at it.
I'm aware of it. We've repaired it since the last time it came up.
Yeah.
And it's one of them broad ranges of opinions.
I
So,
got you, okay.
That's the best I can give you for an answer.
That's all.
But it has
I
been
had.
addressed, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Well, I got one. So when we have somebody, a constituents, they have paved roads that goes to our county roads, and then we come in, we mill the roads up to repair them and then when we come back, there might be a gap between their paved road and our chip sealed road. Is that normal?
Well, we're responsible for the edge of the road, and so if they pave up to us, we'll pave back to them, but we don't go to their fence lines. So and sometimes there might be some rough edges, and we'll clean up our edge of the road and go right on by, but we're not responsible for doing driveways or approaches or red road approaches. So
Okay.
I can't say, Larry Don, that every one of them are perfect, but I can say there is always an effort to try to swing out and re-chip seal up to an edge. But every one of them are different. Again, it's a wide range, variety of ups and downs and
Right.
tie-ins, and some people don't like what we do. Some people are happy as heck when we leave, you know, and it's we do the best we can. And again, with a civil conversation and a little bit of help, we make it usually work. So, you know, when you come out throwing rocks at us, we tend to drift away.
Start dodging things. don't you?
Yeah, just a little. We lean the other way a little.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, so if there's an issue there, I'd be happy to visit with you privately about it if it's one of them kind of conversations, and we'll see what we got. So,
Okay.
okay.
Rob, on the Gate 21, or Road 21 gate agreement, do you want me to bring that up with these guys today?
I would like to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do it during my county attorney report.
Okay.
Let me fix those things that we discussed. One other thing I didn't discuss with you is I'm gonna get rid of your date at the top and just have a date under all the signature lines, but I'll bring it up with them later
Okay.
during the county attorney report after I fix it.
Okay, thanks. Good.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't have anything.
Yep.
Nobody called me, so.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. But no, I think these are good questions, and thank you for your comments on that. It is good to get this out, because
Sure.
sometimes we do need to know. And Larry Don, that's a good point.
Absolutely.
And there's some things we might be able to do better if we just have a little more information. So,
Yeah, a
thank
little
you.
conversation with somebody that
Absolutely.
sees something that they feel like they need, maybe, yeah.
Yep. So, okay.
Okay.
Good.
All right, Rob, thank
Thanks.
you.
See you
Happy
again
New
next
Year
week.
to you, buddy.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, landfill. I see we have Mel in. Morning, Mel.
Good morning. I'll try to get these off.
All right.
Just so you kind of know what's going on inside.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever that is, I don't have it.
Oh, it's something that came from Waste Drive.
Came from who?
Waste Drive.
Okay.
I'm
Do
sure
you need a copy of it, or do you have it, Chef?
I don't. If you want to give it to me, I'll put it on the Elmo as soon as I get it up, which is now apparently wanting to give me machines. Sorry, I'm having to reconnect the remote. While my remote is reconnecting, I'll just go ahead and read this. 2019 with MRF, which is Material Reclamation Facility tip fees equal or greater than disposal fees in some cases, according to Colorado's Department of Public Health and Environment, the agency reports drop-off programs are struggling, some have closed, and some MRFs are having trouble getting fiber and mixed plastics to market. In response, CDPHE has revised grant programs, conducted MRF outreach, and worked to remind facilities of material turnover requirements. The agency also conducted a survey designed by the Recycling Partnership of all state MRFs to identify top contaminants based on results. It has shared educational material focused on bags and food contamination. Effects: the Larimer County Recycling Center, which serves cities such as Fort Collins and Loveland, has essentially stopped recycling plastics 3, 6, and 7 due to lack of markets. Alpine Recycling Vice President Brent Hildebrand says China's import shutdown temporarily forced material into new markets such as South Korea and Mexico. Mixed paper has piled up as efforts continue to cultivate new long-term markets. City of Cortez and Four Corners Recycling Initiative have stopped accepting newspaper for recycling. Regional drop-off options are available. Waste Management acquires Northern Colorado disposal but, there's no space there, declines to purchase its recycling drop-off site, meaning it will remain closed unless the municipality of Greeley can pull together funding to run it themselves. Summit County's recycling program has gone from bringing in $29 per ton to costing $38 per ton, increasing expected annual program costs by around $250,000. And Fort Collins has stopped accepting mixed plastics from area residents, citing low market value.
Where does that place you, Mel?
We're full.
You're full.
Our cardboard bay is full, our paper bay is getting full, and
Do you have a market to ship it to?
the plastics, the last load of plastics we shipped went to Georgia, but they're supposed to be putting in a new facility in Los Angeles that's supposed to be opening up this summer.
Yeah.
That'll take number one plastic, so that'll be a shorter, maybe a better market. But
Yeah.
paper mills, we were shipping down to a place outside of Albuquerque, and everybody's full. Nobody's taking anything right now, so we're stockpiling it again.
Is CDPHE gonna ease up on you a little bit and maybe let you carry some inventory?
Yeah, well, we're still moving it, so,
Yeah.
I mean, we're still in compliance with the state, and I've already talked to the state about it, and if it gets that bad, they will work with us on that, so that's not gonna be an issue. They know the problem.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why they're coming up with these grants to try and help people work through it. So,
I like the way the article says CDPHE reminded people of the turnover rules rather than waiving the stupid rules until the market.
Well, to remind you of their regulatory powers, Shaq, I mean, they're.
But I had a personal conversation with Mr. Wolf up there in Wolf Cray and CDPHE when all this was going on. He said they would work with us if it got that bad. But they are putting in more paper mills in the States. China is going to do a complete paper ban by 2021, wouldn't it, Shaq?
Correct.
Yeah. So
No
we won't
paper,
be
no
shipping
cardboard, no
anything.
nothing, no cardboard, no nothing, huh? Wow.
So what
one
are
of
we
the
gonna do
mills-
with it all?
Huh?
What are we gonna do
Well,
with it
one of the
all?
mills from China, Seven Dragons, is putting in 4 mills in this country.
Oh, so they're
We're
coming
over-
over here.
But as far as your comment, we're going to start composting.
Okay.
This summer, while we're building the cell, we're trying to get the plans done for the Carver Field composting area, which is going to be about 11 acres
Yeah.
composting area, and we're going to really ramp up our composting, and that's going to create a tremendous diversion as far as food waste, which will be getting
Boy, yeah.
contracts set up with school districts and
Well, I'll tell you, I think
stuff
the
like
mill, I
that,
think
but it's
that's
gonna
a,
take little time.
I think that's a smart way to go, and that's, like you say, it's gonna take care of food waste. You're gonna be able to use some of your
It'll give
materials
us 2
you
different
can't.
markets for our
Right, right.
compost too,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Because we didn't make any compost this year because we used all of our organic, or our carbon matter to get trucks in and out of the landfill last winter because it was so wet.
Yeah.
So we have a stockpile building up for this coming summer. And we're having an issue right now with the Baylor. We don't know if it's a direct cause of that accident that was down there or not. I'm working with Harris Baylor's an electrician right now trying to get it figured out. So we've been shut down on the baler for about 10 days. So our tip floor is full. So right now, we're having to divert everything out to the landfill.
Yeah. So have they gotten to figure, do you know what the problem is with the baler? Have they gotten to you to figure out what it is?
I had Aztec machine come up yesterday. We spent all day, we thought it was a stucco rig in the valve body again. It's not. He thought it was an electrical problem. Electrician came out, says no. He was supposed to come back this morning. He hadn't showed up by the time I came up here, so where we stand right now, I don't know. But it's inoperable.
But it happened the same time that truck went off the curve and
It
took
did.
out the power line?
Until I can prove what caused, what we find out what's wrong with that baler. I don't know that that was what caused it or not.
Right.
But so until we can prove
But
it.
simultaneously, those things happen simultaneously, right?
Correct.
So,
Yeah.
wow, may have cooked something in there.
I don't know yet.
Well, hopefully-
Everything's working,
Yeah.
it just bugged, something's locking up and won't let that pump run.
Well,
We don't know what it is.
Hope you can get to it soon, huh?
Oh, man,
Yeah.
it's an understatement.
Can
But
I-
as far as the budget, we're still saving money for, in aspects of next year.
Mel, do you think that it would be worthwhile for the commissioners to, up at CCI, to try to push a state legislator to sponsor a bill to waive the is it 3 year or 1 year or 75%?
75% of 3 years.
3 years, yeah.
To
It
change
depends
the
on the
law?
market. You know, if they get these mills going and stuff, and the market comes back, maybe. We won't need anything like that. But if it doesn't come back, we're gonna have to do something. They can't mandate taking all this stuff when we have no place to go with it.
Other than they're gonna tell you to put it in your landfill.
Well, that kind of defeats the purpose,
I
doesn't it?
know, well, that's not above them, for
I
sure.
understand that,
That's of their diversion rate, right?
right.
Because the way I understand that, if I read that properly, that's a recommendation. It is not a requirement.
Not now. but it-
75% of 3 years is a requirement.
It is a requirement.
That's not a recommendation.
It's not per year, it's a 3-year average.
Correct. I understand
But it
that.
is right now, it's mandated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that, maybe with everything that's going on here, it'd be the perfect time to try to have a legislator.
It wouldn't hurt if they could write something to the effect that, now or in the future, if these markets deplete, they could put us, like waiving
A
like you said,
moratorium.
a moratorium on it until the markets do come back and they go after it. Right now, they have nothing.
But CDPHE could do that themselves, couldn't
Sure
they?
they
No,
could.
I was gonna say, I don't know that it requires, maybe legislative pressure might help CDPHE to come up with their own, say, oh yeah, we thought of this, so we're gonna.
Well, I think right now their answer to it is they're giving out grant money, trying to do this, so.
Yeah.
But whether you got grant money or not,
No,
if there's
if
no market for it,
there's
you
no
can't.
market, yeah, you can't
Right.
move the stuff anywhere, yeah.
Well, the only thing I was thinking is we've been pushing for several years, but to no avail, glass. We need to store glass for long periods of time
Right.
to accumulate enough that it would be, to use it for
Nobody's
something.
taking glass.
That's why we want to take it. When nobody else is doing it, that's why we want to be the one that does it. But we need a mountain of glass before we can make
Crush
it
it.
work. Yeah,
Crush it and use for beads.
there's so, I mean, mix it with concrete,
Yeah.
but you gotta have a lot. A lot.
Okay, well, good luck. I hope you're getting good news on your baler. I hope you find out today and they've got it fixed and you're back in action.
Well, I do too.
Yeah.
And as soon as I find out something, what the cause was, I'll be sure
Yeah.
to check now, because
Yeah, because
that's
that could
gonna have
be,
to tie to their insurance on that.
I was gonna say, yeah, that might tie to Empire, somebody's insurance coverage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Where was that pole taken out, Shaq?
Right there at the corner.
Right there at the corner, yeah.
Right
Took
where
out
you
the
draw this.
transformers.
Ooh. I could've, I'll bet they're gonna find you got an electrical problem in there somewhere.
I don't know. I really don't.
Yeah.
So that's why we're working with Harris and the electrician trying to find out.
Okay.
Mel, I spoke with the title company yesterday, and they're gonna get a title commitment completed for us by Friday. This, you don't need to necessarily concern yourself with it, but this is for the Carver portion so that we can have the descriptions correct, and they're gonna do a Schedule B and get all that to me. I doubt
Right,
you'll
for the
see them,
restrictions on the land for CDPH, okay.
but maybe someone will go down there and look at it, I don't know. I doubt it though.
Jim, I mean,
I have one more question for you. I was looking at your test results on your compressive strength of your approach. Everything looks real good. Are you happy with everything there?
he did a good job, especially with the winds we had. We had 68-mile-an-hour winds down there when they were trying to pour that pad.
Good. Yeah, the last break, it's at 4,360 pounds already, so he should make the 4,500 pounds pretty
Yeah,
easy.
and that pad looks good. They did a good job.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Good deal.
Anything else?
Your scale's working okay?
Yeah, we found a tarp that we covered anytime we got a storm coming, keep the snow out of it.
Keep the snow out of there and
Keep it
moisture out.
from freezing.
Yeah.
That's helped a lot.
Yeah,
So far, it's coming apart.
yeah, I know,
It's gonna have to be
I
replaced.
know the day's coming, isn't it?
It is. The framework underneath is rusted so bad, there's just chunks of it coming off.
Get that
That's
on
gonna
your,
be a project.
get that on your to-do list.
Yeah. it is.
Okay. Thanks, Mel. Okay, Larry, Fairgrounds Manager, Larry Copeland. Morning, Larry.
Hi, morning.
You finished up the year, a good year. 2019 was a good year.
Good one.
Yeah,
Hopefully it keeps going the same way.
yeah.
I don't have a whole lot, just to start out the year.
Mm-hmm.
Couple of numbers, 68,395 people last year, which was up and down, up,
Yeah.
about the same.
Yeah.
Money-wise, we were, if the numbers are right, we were better than the last, since 2015.
Yeah.
But I don't know for sure how Tanner did his numbers, because I know one, like the Ute Mountain Rodeo, they'll give us money, but they buy parts, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of
Yeah,
in-kind
so that-
stuff.
yeah.
and- Yeah, gotcha.
But that was the dollar amount.
Yeah.
So income to date, 6,790. Mainly in horse cards and sign rentals. We do have the new 24-hour card. I started it.
Good.
So if anybody that's listening on YouTube can come out and buy their cards.
Yeah,
I think we're at $700 so far just in that card.
Wow.
good on you.
So they're happy with it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, good deal.
people are ready for it.
Good deal.
We had commodities on the 4th. That went well. So we'll start the month out. Team roping on the 11th. The 11th and 12th we have hunter education. 18th, 19th, 4 States Junior Rodeo. 25th, 26th, hunter education again. So we start out all but one weekend we have something going this month. So hopefully it keeps going the same way. With the kitchen remodel, we got the appliances all ordered. I talked to Andy, and he's coming out today to look at the lights and look at the appliances for the rebate for the Blue Star or energy efficient on those.
Good.
We got the lights ordered for the, actually we have the lights on hand for the archery room and the rest of the building. So when this is all done,
You're gonna be complete.
everything east of the grandstands is gonna be LED.
Good job. Good job.
We're waiting a PO number for the charging station. Out there, whenever they send that, we'll do whatever's next to get it started.
I've actually got a question on the charging station because, do we get a meeting set yet with Empire Electric?
Not during the holidays. We're working on a board-to-board. They've requested that it not be during one of their regular meetings, so we don't have to sit through
Special meeting?
all the hoopla. They're requesting a special meeting, and
Is that this month?
well, it's not going to be with Keenan being gone most of the month. We'll try to get it maybe the end of the month or beginning of February. But I do have a meeting with Andy tomorrow, so we'll discuss that then.
The reason I'm asking is because of the charging stations from the charge point of the quick chargers, this is the tier 2 charger, right? Maybe we could move those, or does that specifically say the designation of where it has to place? I know we put it in the grant, but.
Where it has to be placed.
Right.
I don't know if it has to be there, but that's the closest there's actually a transformer for the,
Right,
the power.
right,
for
and I
that
understand
box.
that. I'm just saying if the quick chargers don't work because of not being able to work anything out with Empire Electric, maybe it's just a conversation we
So
should
you're
look
thinking
at.
about, instead of putting them out there, put them here?
Put it back over here because the original thought was to have the tier 2 there. They could go across to the fairgrounds, go ride their bike, spend 2 or 3 hours, which would almost give them a full charge. But if the quick chargers are not gonna be able to be a reality because of the demand charges of Empire Electric, then maybe we should think about moving that.
You know, and that could work in two directions. Of course, we're gonna have those level 2 chargers with our new electric cars. There are gonna be 3 of those coming with each one of those cars. And I'm sure there's gonna be one here, one at the county annex, and
They're already installed. There's 2 back here and 1 at the annex. They worked on them yesterday.
yeah, so
But our cars are gonna be plugged into them.
But I think what you're recommending or thinking about, Jim, is a good idea. I think we're gonna see better use, more functionality of, if we can't get that quick charge, then to bring that level 2 charging station into
Correct.
our parking lot at the annex instead of out at the fairgrounds.
So that was my question.
Yeah,
Was
I
there-
know the address was placed in there for that grant.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's Montezuma County can
Would-
use it at the location,
Would you
or if
just
it has
ask
to be.
to make sure, because I
Yeah,
know
can
there are
send an email to the
requirements.
at Addison.
It would still be Montezuma
Yeah.
County on our
Exactly.
property.
On our
just
property.
The
Yeah.
location would
Just a-
move if charge point, if we can't get anything worked out with Empire
Yeah,
Electric.
okay. Yeah, I can email him and see where he's at. I mean, they haven't issued a PO number yet, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so that'd be a good question to ask him if we did decide to change the location, still on county property, still under county governance and
Yeah,
all
it's just
that.
different-
If it could be in a
different mailing address.
location. Yeah, be a good
I
question
can
to
ask
get
him that.
answered. Okay.
Where are we on the remodel? Does anybody have any idea?
The Jonathan has been out. I saw
Jonathan just got back, yeah.
so she was waiting for a response from Jonathan, because I directed him to do the senior center first, and then the fairgrounds are gonna fall right behind it, cause it's gonna be almost, or relatively identical.
Very similar.
But we felt that was a priority. Working in there, I helped serve that Christmas dinner. It definitely needs to be the priority, because there are some issues.
Oh, it should, yeah.
Definitely needs to be the priority. So she was waiting for the response from Jonathan to get back to her, and they were ready before, like, I don't know, the 15th. So we're just waiting for a response back from her.
Okay, but when does that kitchen, when's the next busiest? Is that Ag Expo?
Ag Expo will be the full week,
March,
yeah,
right?
1st of March. And then it's like a week or two, and then it'll be the Home and Garden Show, and then the gun show.
So then it's just almost everything.
Yeah,
So we think we'll meet that timeframe, Jim?
I think so.
I gave her the information on all the measurements of whatever the appliances that we ordered.
Yep.
So she has them in her drawing.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to do than the senior center.
Although on that note, the last 2 days we have had our little septic issue come back. Actually today, yesterday it started and today it's still backed up, which shouldn't be nothing with the remodel. It's on the outside of the building.
So you think you have a failing septic?
I have,
septic
there's
tank?
something, I've
Yeah.
got Dave the plumber coming out to look at it and run a camera down it and see
Yeah.
what, it may be just right outside the building in that spot where
Like it's freezing up or something?
freezing, or maybe the pipe is shifted or something gets hung on a lip or.
Well, now's gonna be a good time for him to go ahead and just investigate that entire septic tank to make sure, because if we do I think we're still planning on doing a restroom, bathroom remodel
Yeah, part of that.
along with this kitchen. So I think now is an appropriate time to, let's just carry it all the way to our septic tank, and if that septic tank has been there for 30-some years or whatever, it may be a good time to give that a good looking at and make sure we're in good shape.
I know he said that everything inside the building is great.
Yeah.
There's something right outside the building at the Y and the sidewalk.
Right.
And I think, if I remember right, I think he just said it shifted or moved, and it's been flowing, it just happens.
Once they camera it, they'll be able to find out what the problem
Exactly,
is.
yeah.
But I would have them check that septic
Yeah,
tank as
and
well.
Right.
Yeah, 'cause I think he had to go through the septic last time to go up to it on this.
And
the
enter
south.
in the septic tank,
Yeah.
go up the
Yeah.
reverse way, yeah.
Time to get it all fixed, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get it fixed before we work on the whole thing.
You might also get with Melissa on that too, just to see the age of that and where we're at, because, I mean, if we need to upgrade that a little bit now, would be better than.
I'm sure that septic tank went in when they built that building.
And I think
And that's been 30.
I think there's 2, possibly 3 tanks right there
There could be.
in succession, and then one over there where that old trailer was at.
Yeah.
That hasn't been used in years. But I think there's 2 or 3 right there, just outside the building. And then, I don't know how interested you guys are, but I caught rumor that that property to the west of the fairgrounds might possibly be up for sale.
Is that Jimmer's property?
No, no.
West of the.
Behind Jimmers.
Dick Lee?
No, it's
Oh,
up on
are you the 40
that
acres?
40 acres.
Oh, okay.
It is for sale.
And I don't know if it's something we want to pursue to enlarge the fairgrounds, because I can use conservation money for.
I guess I'm lost.
So the guy drives through us by where we pump the water out by the racetrack and it goes out that hill.
Okay.
With that
Yeah.
siphon, that gate and stuff there to the.
Yeah, about
Okay,
100 yards
right
up
on
that road.
road.
Yeah, yeah. We actually went down that little road.
Yeah, we went to that
Yeah.
road.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we've used it when there's a wreck out in front of the fairgrounds to get out of work at 5 o'clock at times. But I caught rumor that it was for sale, or gonna be for sale.
Does that piece of ground give us any accesses anywhere through
Just right there between, at the Jimmer's old property,
Yeah.
and it crosses the creek right there, where Rob has his, water tank filled.
And then so that would takes you into the right of way.
Takes you into the canal.
Dolores Water Conservation District's,
Yeah, the canal right
Site.
there.
Bring us some, have GIS work us up I'd like to see a topo and everything of that property and take a look at that.
Yeah, I just heard about it, and I thought I'd just throw it out there, I didn't.
Is it listed with a realtor, or do you know?
I think it's just a kid I happened to talk to who happened to be here, selling it for his dad.
I got you.
And happened to be the kid that was at AutoZone that day. I seen you in there.
Oh, okay.
Get us some maps of that so we can take a look at it, see how it configures with our
I'll
property.
send you an email. Yeah, it borders on that west side.
Yeah.
Well, strictly financially speaking, you may have to hit up the Road and Bridge Department for a loan.
Well, they got money. I'll stop over there right now.
So
He's committed.
where do we, as far as grants this year, have we, could we work with, I know you're so good at these grants,
Yeah.
a grant to do some improvements on the racetrack? Like
There's a DOLA. I asked Tanner and he said that the conservation doesn't really do like the lights we were talking about.
Yeah.
But DOLA could possibly have a program for that. And I reached out to Patrick and sent him an email, and he sent me an email back, I think it was Thursday or Friday. And I've been reading through it to see what we qualify for, if I can get him to come down just for that reason.
All right, yeah, keep us informed about that.
Yeah.
Right, and the next cycle, I believe, the application is the 1st of April, or somewhere real close.
Yeah. Well, from what I read, there's like 2 or 3, whatever you fill in now gets checked on this date, and whatever you do there gets checked on this date.
Two cycles each
Yeah.
year. There are two granting cycles each year with DOLA, so.
Yeah.
So if we do qualify, it'd be great to make that first cycle.
Absolutely. Boy, it'd be nice to get that maybe lined up for this summer, yeah.
Yeah, since I love these grant things.
I know.
Hurt your.
Yeah. I need help. You want to help me?
I know.
Tom might be a good assistant out there for you, yeah.
My phone number is.
Yeah, I'll come out. I know how to type.
Yeah, well, keep checking that, because that can be good, that can be awfully good money to help us get
Pretty
some
good
stuff
start
done
on,
on
yeah.
that racetrack, yeah.
Yep.
And we usually fare very well with DOLA. I mean,
Throw out your
our
name.
whole community, the whole county is very successful with DOLA grants, so.
Yeah, I've just reached out and he sent me an email with different things to look at and
Yeah.
read. And
Pressure's on you now, Larry. Everybody else is doing good.
Well, the thing is if we don't qualify for the lighting for some reason, maybe we qualify for the bleachers.
Bleachers, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so we got.
and I did reach out to
Troyak?
Manuel,
Yeah,
Yep.
Manuel Hart,
and I have not received nothing back.
okay, well,
But I mean, I went through his son,
mhm.
Cause I thought, well, if you see your dad, tell him to give me a call.
Yeah. Well, I think we probably ought to do a more direct line
Well,
with
yeah, we're
Manuel,
gonna-
yeah.
I was doing it the indirect way.
I understand that. Sometimes that works very well, sometimes it doesn't get to dad,
No,
so.
no, but I did, and whether, if he told him about it, then at least it's in his ears, he's heard that
Okay,
we're looking at him.
all right. We'll follow that up. That'll be on us.
Maybe I'll go leave here and go talk to his kid. Get him behind the building. Want to help me on that too?
Yeah, okay. I got a shovel.
And then I had a constituent call, and I've never actually been up there, but the trails that we have up above, up on the ridge, was said that there was some damage from four-wheelers or something up there. Do you know anything about
I
that?
don't know about no four-wheelers up there. I mean, the only way a four-wheeler can get up there is down by the racetrack. I know there's a lot of dead trees and stuff up there. Wind could blow, I mean, it could be four-wheelers. We don't ever hardly go up there unless we hear of a cow or something up there. But
You don't have any real business up there.
no, I mean, I said unless we're checking around for,
What is there, a bike
Well,
path?
That's
bike
just
path?
used
a
mostly
hiker.
for the
yeah, there's,
high school. The high
yeah,
school
the
team
12-hour,
still
the high
uses
school
it
does it. They use that
for
trail.
their cross-country.
Runners and stuff, yeah.
And then people with, there's a handful that jumps up there for equestrian
Oh,
that horse riders go up there and use. On that east side, there's targets for, I guess years ago, the sheriff's department or archery or used to
There's
use it
archery.
back up in there, even up on top and then to the east of the building.
Well, this particular person that called me said he's been hiking up there for the last 20 years. And was just talking about how the four-wheelers had got
Just
up there.
tore up there. And
So I
they
don't
could
know.
have, I can go up there and look and see, but I know the only way off of our side is down there by that racetrack.
the only way they can access
Yeah,
it.
and I don't know if there's something
Can
on
they come in
the,
on the backside, do you think?
and I don't
there's
know if
somebody
there's,
can come in?
that's pretty steep back there.
Yeah, it is. It's a rock
I
cliff.
mean, it's pretty much a horse access, and it's only certain places. I know cows could just barely get up there.
I don't think you're right at quorum.
So they have to be going through down there by the racetrack. But I mean, we can go up there and look and
Yeah.
see what it looks like. We can put
Might check it, just take, if you got some time, just go out there and take a look at it, see if he's got some legitimate concern.
and if it's bad, I might go hit a Rob for a couple of Jersey barriers, and we can always block it down there by the racetrack so four-wheelers can't go up there. If that's where they're going.
Okay, I don't, I
They
haven't
borrow
seen
and
it,
steal.
so I don't know.
Yeah, I'll go check it out and see what it says. Good?
All right, thank you, Larry.
Thank you, Larry.
I'll be waiting until I get outside.
Yeah, keep your rope loose.
Okay, that gets us through our public works. We'll now move to, got a fiber bid, Jim's in? Yeah, Jim, come in, and you sent us an email, and you gave us your opinion on what you saw from the bids that we had, and, could you
Yes.
maybe go into a little more depth with us about how you feel about who?
Well, I called all three of them, and I went through it, make sure that, because, those bids were a little bit vague on some of them,
Yeah, they were a little bit different.
to reassure me what was included in those, and so I got my assurances from all three companies. Then I checked a couple of different references for all of them, and every one of them, nobody had anything negative to say. Every single one of them have done good work for no issues. And so, I mean, based upon no negativity from any of the references or anything else, I mean, I just think it's kind of a no-brainer for us to go with Circle Z, because it was a huge difference in cost. Just huge difference.
Yeah.
And I will tell you that I spoke, because I met with farmers this morning because I'm working on the internet situation, right? And one of the things that they're going to be doing, I think I told you guys this, that eventually the goal is to get fiber out to the fairgrounds, right? So Terry asked me this morning if, once we start trenching this, if I had a problem with them dropping their own conduit in the same trench.
Same
And I'm
ditch.
like, no. If you want to do that and you can take fiber all the way out to the fairgrounds, go for it.
God bless you.
So that's going to be done. So,
I think that's, the more the merrier.
and I agree. I agree.
The only thing is just make sure that, like Rob asked this morning, that they stay on the north side.
Yeah, you
in
got
that
that.
right of way, so that designation is out, and he's got his
Yep.
utility separation the way he wants it, so.
I talked to him about that too.
Okay. With that, I would agree with Jim's choice, and I would move that we accept Circle Z Construction to do the fiber on 7th Street expansion in the amount of $22,900.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded under recommendation from our IT department that the Circle Z Construction Company be awarded the fiber bid on our 7th Street extension in the amount of $22,900. All in favor?
Aye.
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 There you go. I'll
Thanks,
give him a call.
thank you,
and
thanks,
I'll call.
Jim. Thanks for diving into that.
Oh,
and getting-
absolutely. It's my pleasure.
Getting it looked at and from eyes that know how to look at it. We appreciate that.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
Thank you.
And Happy New Year to everybody, too.
Happy New Year to you, Jim.
And I'll catch you later and we'll fix your problem.
Okay. All righty. That takes us now to our county attorney's report.
Not a lot happened over the break. Had a meeting with Walmart's attorney. That's forging forward. As I brought up with Mr. Jarman, we're getting a title commitment done just so we can figure out exactly what, if any covenants or anything are on the Old Carver landfill, and the state's closure requirements are going to require us to put restrictions on it in the future. So that's in the process. I did want to give you all an agreement that Rob essentially came up with, and I just tweaked a little bit. I need to reprint it for you all. So if you give me a second, maybe during Shaq's presentation, I can grab a clean version of it. Naomi brought me a version, but I still have the draft across it, so just get rid of that. It's essentially just an agreement with the private landowners down there to allow us to put a gate and keep it unlocked.
This on 21?
Yes.
Then that gate will remain unlocked? It will not be a locked gate where?
Correct. I mean, according to how Rob wanted it in the agreement. I mean, you all are the ones signing it with Rob.
Yeah. I don't have any objection. I would think maybe the property owner that lies to the south of that gate, the Porter property, might want some kind of assurances that people can't come through open that gate and go down to his hay barn where he stores farm equipment and stuff like that. I don't know. If this is agreeable with everybody,
They haven't signed it yet.
I got you.
He's got all the landowners. His thought was to get you all to sign it, take it to the landowners, and see if they'll
Okay.
sign it.
Yeah.
But perhaps we can negotiate something else. Maybe they'll come back and say, no, I'm not agreeing to that. I'm gonna lock the gate.
Then
Back to the drawing board.
I think if that's Rob's recommend, we send it to them and then let them, if they have objection to it, they'll obviously tell us, and if they don't, they're good.
He did say that he had met with them earlier before he even drafted this, because when we were talking about it, just so that they realize that is still, that right of way still exists.
It's still the county easement and,
yeah. And it sounded like they were all agreeable to it.
Okay,
So
then I think we move forward with that, and then if they have no
Bring
difficulty
something.
with it, fine.
So that's it. And what I'll do is I'll go grab a clean copy for you.
Do you think this Walmart deal is gonna end up like Safeway? It sounds like to me this is the same business that Safeway pulled on us here a few years ago, that they, throughout the whole state of Colorado, they denied, they went to the Board of Adjustments and Appeals on their personal property. Same kind of a deal, isn't it?
It's different.
Different?
So Walmart's claiming that we assessed all of their shelving and proprietary other property that they can't resell, and so we are overvaluing its value because really it's all worth zero. And yes, I think there's about 30 some counties involved in this, but each county is separate. And so obviously some counties on the Front Range have 10, 20 different stores. We only have one in Montezuma County. So Walmart seems to be taking it pretty seriously and seems to be pretty entrenched in their position. My guess is, assuming that we're not the very first to go to trial and we're not set for trial yet, my assumption is we'll be set for trial in the fall of this year. My assumption is that some of these other cases are going to tell us what's going to, And then either the case will go away or everyone will start settling. We'll see.
Can we countersue that now that all of us work for Walmart since the self-serves came in? And we have
Are you an associate at Walmart now? A Walmart
is.
associate?
Yeah.
Nice. Hey, I think, yeah. And the minimum wage, I think we need to get the minimum wage kicked up there too. They're not paying me enough. Nice.
So I have yet to get up to go get my clean copy, but Billy just brought me one. And
Girl's on the ball, isn't she?
yeah. I'll just read it real quick. With partial closure of Road 21, the below parties agree to the following terms for the placement of a gate. A gate will be provided by CDOT and installed by Four Corners Materials. The gate will be placed in a location south of the intersection of Road 21 and Road B as agreed to by the landowners. The gate will remain closed but not locked. Access to any utilities located between Road B and State Highway 491 will be open and available to the utility companies as needed. Montezuma County Road Department will not be responsible for any maintenance, repair, or snow removal on Road 21 south of the closed gate. Montezuma County will not be responsible for maintenance or repairs of the gate. The agreement will serve as a binding agreement, can only be amended or changed with the full approval of the current or future landowners and Montezuma County Montezuma County Board of Commissioners. So they're not going to sign this yet. We just wanted it ready to go, and then after they sign it, we're going to probably file, record it, have Kim notarize it. So Kim won't sign it today, and we'll just wait until Rob gets it back to her.
So we'll sign it, but Rob will take our signed copy to the landowners and see if they agree with it.
Yeah, it's not an agreement until they all agree. Everybody signs it.
Okay. All right.
Do you all want to talk about the bonds right now, or should we wait till this afternoon? The hospital bonds?
Did you and Tony get things? Did you get clarified on your dollar amounts and stuff, John?
So, I did.
Yeah.
So the, one bond that Zion's is holding is $29 million. The other one is Dolores State Bank that's the 1.4 million. So, I mean, these are the forms are the same as what you all signed, I want to say in 2015. It was a few years ago. Again, you're not responsible for the money. It's not a debt of the county.
No, we were just an avenue for them
to
get the bond loans. Right.
And so.
And a discounted rate at about an $825,000 savings to them.
Right. It wasn't something that I think Commissioner Sukla and I weren't real enthusiastic about doing this a few years ago, and you and I guess it was Commissioner Lambert, I don't know, were, but they don't affect us directly financially. It's our time to do stuff like this. That's
right, exactly.
But they're both here and ready if you all want to sign them.
It's just changing the bank.
It's changing from the bond is the same, the debt is the same, it's just moved from First National Bank in Durango to now Zion Bank is taken. And then Zion can participate that out if they so choose to another bank if they so choose. No, it wasn't, I didn't like the way our attorney, made me act like I was very excited about this whole dadgum deal like I was a proponent. But only way I was a proponent in that is that it was financially going to help our financially distressed hospital hopefully get the funding and financing to do what they needed to do and remodel. And so I was enthusiastic about that, but yeah, I wasn't so.
Well, I'll explain my justification against it, and that was because that is the year that they asked the voters to
sales tax.
For a sales tax increase, so that they could raise 13 million or something like that. They didn't tell the voters that they still owed 9 million, and then they turn around 4 or 5 months later and
And,
do a $40 million expansion, so
Well,
I didn't feel like there was transparency there.
So you're absolutely right, Commissioner, and I don't think a lot of people realize that of that $10 million debt that started way back in 2008 or 7, $9 million of that was still on their books, and so yes, there were some things there that weren't that exciting, but the most unexciting thing about it was that after they got the money and got the building and remodel done, they had an administrator out there that spent them down into dadgum near bankruptcy, and almost had these lenders for. I'll tell you what, that's where I got upset. The other stuff, yeah, you know, you manage it how you may, but when you get that thing when your lending institutions are calling you on the carpet saying, you know what, we're going to be auctioning off a hospital here in about a week if you don't figure out how you're going to get this stuff straightened out. And I'll tell you, that administrator that was there did some real damage to our hospital, absolute damage to this whole community and that hospital.
But these don't change the county's position or liability at all?
No.
This is just administrative?
This is just,
Well, I'm all for the hospital. We
Yeah,
gotta
we
have
got
a hospital in our
one.
community, and I want them to
Gotta
succeed,
have a
so.
hospital.
And they are showing that they are
and
on the
then
rise.
Tony and them are doing a good job, and I'll tell you, it's a beautiful facility. I'll tell you, that facility from what we had to what we have now is like night and day. I mean, that is a beautiful facility that we've got there now, and so I want to be encouraging, not discouraging.
Yeah.
But
So I would move that we, since I haven't signed anything, I have nothing else, I don't have anything to add. The bond number RA-7, Montezuma County Revenue Bond for Southwest Memorial Hospital Project in the amount of $29,308. Or, I'm sorry, $29,308,000. And revenue bond number RA-8 in the amount of $1,750,000.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded to approve RA-7 revenue bond for the Montezuma County Revenue Bond of Southwest Memorial Hospital in the amount of $29,308,000, and also RA revenue bond RA-8, Montezuma County Revenue Bond for Southwest Memorial Hospital District in the amount of $1,750,000. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
But that's all I have.
Yeah. Kim probably needs to record those or make notes of those.
If you could, actually, what's your question?
Do these
They go back
need
to
to be
Tom.
recorded or just signing it in?
They don't,
Okay.
but if you don't mind getting me the electronic version, and then I will get it back to the bankers and hospital.
Okay, I can do that.
Make sure that was the only one signature page, Kim. I didn't go through both those documents.
Okay.
I went to.
I only saw one already.
Okay. Okay. John, anything else from your side of the fence? Okay. James Dietrich, I saw James come in. Did you come up to give us a report, James?
Hi, James.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. You were reappointed this morning, so
I did hear that.
you're in full capacity here.
Thank you. Okay, so this morning, I guess we got good news and bad news. What do we want to hear first?
Let's always go with the good.
Okay, well, we'll start off with the good news. The good news is that we received a letter from Colorado the Beautiful. And so we have been recommended by State Trails Committee for the funding levels listed below, pending final approval by the Parks and Wildlife Commission. So in other words, we made the short list, and that had to do with that presentation I made up there where the goose knocked out the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Apparently it was an okay presentation. So they are recommending us for approval of $193,350.
Nice.
So this actually exceeds what the cap on that grant was, which was $150,000. But I talked to them; they said just ask for what you need. So we did that.
Good job. Good job.
Hopefully, and again, we're just on the short list, but this is good news, and I think that they do indicate that they're pretty serious.
Good. Good deal.
Okay, now on to the bad news. The bad news is Larry, Don, and I met with the U.S. Forest Service last, I guess it was 2 weeks ago now, regarding the Sage Hen Trail. And we've got a few graphics up here that we can kind of help explain what's going on. As it turns out, the Forest Service has found an eagle's nest that is located in the center of that circle that's on the graphic up there. As you can see, that's well within the half a mile distance of the road. The existing road is highlighted in yellow, and that was the road that we were proposing to reopen for motorized use from June 1st through September 1st. So fairly limited opportunity for use up there anyway. So long story short is they found the eagle's nest up there. We've got some pictures of the nest. That nest is apparently about 10 feet wide or so, and it certainly is located within view of the trail. From what we took away from it, this sounds like it's a showstopper, really, for the trail. So what the Forest Service is asking us to do is reevaluate the existing boggy draw trail system, and they're suggesting widening that out to a 60-inch, so it'll accommodate a 60-inch vehicle, and try to work that in as part of our trail concept to reach Moab. So I guess the question for the commissioners, and maybe we need to think about this some, is whether or not that boggy draw trail system really helps us achieve that objective, or whether or not we want to reevaluate some of their possibilities within the Sage Hen area. As you can see up there, I think we do have a possible alternative. We could take one of the other routes up there, get outside of that half a mile buffer. It would require a new trail. And part of our concept was to try to utilize existing pieces. It doesn't preclude new trail, but obviously, we were trying to make use of something that's already there.
But it doesn't look like it would require a lot of new trail, would it?
It would
But
not.
it's
It's all switchbacks, though.
Down into the canyon, yeah.
Correct, yeah.
so it would be pretty significant.
Yeah. It just seems so much harder.
It'll be a bunch harder, James.
Absolutely.
So what they said, the deal that they are proposing is that they would use the boggy draw trailhead, and they would extend to 60 for side by sides, and it would go by the power line, but it would never cross. I think it would cross one bike trail, but then the rest of it would go all the way up to House Creek on an existing trail system.
And I've got some graphics that'll help explain
you
that.
have?
Yes,
Oh,
so we can scroll through those, Shaq. See what we got for the next slide here. Okay, so this shows, this really kind of shows the eagle's nest in more detail. It also shows some possible alternative routes up in that area. If you look down to the lower right, that map kind of indicates that area pretty good. There is an orphan BLM parcel that's up there off a road, I think that's road 23. There's some routes up there, as you can see from the aerial photography. It's possible you could maybe connect something. However, you also have private land, and you would have to really negotiate with the private landowner. Again, this looks like a huge task. If it's something the commission would like me to proceed with, I'm happy to investigate it more. But it's starting to look like the west side on Sage Hen is really, it's going to be very difficult. We can.
On that map, with this map right here, James, kind of where is that round circle now? On the bottom map where he's got the cursor?
Okay, yeah, that round circle. Okay, all that yellow line that you see up there is stuff that I sketched in. It is all outside of that circle, and that circle is located just about the end of that red road there that's indicated where that yellow makes a big bend. That big bend in the yellow would come as close to that half a mile circle as possible without crossing it.
And wait, your half mile circle is back down here towards, that radius is back down towards the Sage Hen area, isn't it, James?
No, it
Okay, you've got
isn't.
the cursor going.
Yeah, if you, so Shaq, I think if you could scroll up, you can see that Eagle's Nest is located right at that corner of that private private parcel. Now, if you scroll down, you can see the edge of that private parcel again, right there.
But the problem is the switchbacks is in the circle.
Yep.
Right?
No, the switchbacks would actually be outside of the circle. Again, though, it's still switchbacks and it's still new construction getting to the
No,
bottom.
but the existing switchbacks of going down into the dam off that Sage End Trail is in that half-mile circle.
That's correct,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
And
So
the
what-
half-mile circle is the
Magic number.
magic number? How did they come up with that?
Well,
We've had this discussion also.
Yes, we
I mean,
moved this out of Phil's world.
I'm just asking because I don't know. So where do you get a half a mile circle? That's 2,500 and
Yeah.
2,640 feet. How do they?
So this is something that they developed in coordination with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as well as the Colorado Division of Wildlife. And their biologists helped them to zero in on what that distance is. I couldn't give you the methodology or,
But
you know.
if we look at that road from this map, it's just barely within there. It's just barely within that.
Well, I mean, if you look back at that first map, that road really cuts pretty well right through the middle of it. You know, I mean, that comes pretty close even to the center. And that's what they're saying, is that's pretty close. I think if it had been like that blue line, if it had been right at the edge, we might have been in better shape.
So their determination of the distance, they're saying that would disturb the eagle to where they would never come back. Is that what they're saying?
I'm not sure exactly that's what they're saying, but they've got problems with it being within that distance.
Well, I
And
know,
they
but I
do
guess-
indicate that there would be some kind of, you know, possible conflict with the eagle. And again, as Larry Don points out, I mean, we got eagles that live in downtown Denver.
Yeah.
We don't know why this, you know, apparently this eagle was vacated from its nest by a pair of angry geese lower down on
that's
it.
what blew me away.
So, I mean, if you got an eagle that can't stand up and make lunch out of a pair of geese, you ain't got much of an eagle to begin with. But apparently it was sensitive enough to take over a raven's nest up on this cliff. So, I mean, it's a fascinating story. I mean, it's very, very entertaining when you hear it from Division of Wildlife, but I still do not understand why they have determined that this particular eagle would be, you know, threatened by this proposal or anything along those lines. We have no evidence that really backs that up other than what the opinion of biologists are.
Does the eagle nest with every other bird? Is their nesting period the same time as every other bird?
Well, I couldn't give you a definite answer on that.
I mean, I would assume it is. So just like any other projects that are started, you know, you want to try and start them before April.
Sure.
Before they're nesting, and this is not even going to be open during that time.
Right.
So it shouldn't have any disturbance on that bird at all. So
Well, that's kind of
biologists are, I mean, with CDOT, when you work with those biologists, everything has to start before April, or
Right.
you have to have a biologist come in with you to work with the
Right.
nesting birds. So I don't, for the time frame that we're looking at, I disagree. I think they're gonna have something more solid that I would disagree with it.
Yeah, I think we had the same feelings.
But we were outnumbered, 12 to a dozen to.
Very well outnumbered.
You know, I brought up on Road P, a house, the guy that makes the wine down there in McCampbell Canyon has lots of bands at this house and the eagle's nest. He says that when they have the bands and all those people and the band's playing, the eagle's looking down at it. Watching them. And
Well, I've got eagles, goldens and balls that sit out in the cottonwood tree north of my house while I'm sitting up on my balcony shooting prairie dogs, and they're sitting there watching me shoot and waiting to go eat, and they come right back and they sit there and wait, and I shoot some more, and it doesn't seem to bother them a bit. They seem to be very accommodating to somebody that provides them a food source.
I would say that my takeaway from the meeting is
It's
if you want to get in a fight, we can get in a fight, but they were very, those
It's a dead duck.
It's an eagle.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out the logic behind it because it
Well,
doesn't
you're
make.
still gonna have that power line road because part of that is access to power line. That's how that road, part of that road got put in there, was for the tri-state and their transmission lines, access to that. So that's gonna stay there.
That's not gonna go away. They're gonna have motorized vehicles down there going to their transmission lines and stuff.
Because this is the best connection point
I think it is
to
the
the
sweet
trail,
spot.
right?
I think it's the
To
sweet
get
spot.
everything connected.
Perfect, you
Yeah.
go down there, you hit the road, you go right down the road all
All the way to the bridge.
Well, the main thing is there's 3 bridges. There's the bridge that crosses in Dolores, there's the bridge that crosses below the dam, and then there's Bradfield Bridge. Those 3 bridges are in Montezuma County, and we need to use one of those bridges to be able to connect.
Okay, well, we're pretty unsatisfied with the outcome of this. Yeah, you know, I did feel like we were lined up pretty hard against up there, and I've heard through the grapevine that basically they were trying to find any possible way to kill this project that they possibly could find. And this eagle's nest is you know, that boy, I mean, that's like the silver bullet for them right in their lap. Yeah, so not to say that we couldn't try to push this and work through it. We probably can. I did take this to the Recreation Advisory Committee. From those that had some experience working for the federal government, they felt like we could probably try to pursue this. They had several strategies that they laid out that we could possibly use. But they also did feel like that this was a pretty tall marching order. So
Eagles are no longer on the endangered species list, are they? They're not
Oh.
any longer considered endangered, are they?
I don't believe they're endangered. They may be on the threatened, but I would have to look at that particular species. This is a golden eagle. I think there are some more concerns surrounding that.
So they want us to come to an agreement, the 3 of us, that we would, and then they would start doing did they already say they did the environmental assessment, or they would go to work?
They would begin working on that.
They would begin working on the boggy side to have the trail go through there.
And we can scroll on to the next graphic, and I'll kind of show the
Do you have
commissioners
a
what
map?
we've got here.
Because how does that tie?
It would have to tie into, it would have, well, actually, you can get all the way to the pump station.
Yeah, we could certainly do that. Go down clear to the bottom shack, and we'll have it here, I think. Oh, here we go, yes. Okay, so I asked them, first of all, to give me the map of the boggy trail system, the OHV trail system, which apparently doesn't exist, because they sent me a map that had an inset that they had applied for a grant on. I did my best to kind of interpret the two. The one in the lower left is the inset that they sent. The one in the right, which is the gray, is the motor vehicle use map. So I just tried to pop out the trail from that motor vehicle use map so we can see where it goes. And it does create kind of a figure-8 loop with an extension down to the Boggy Draw trailhead down to the southwest. So, you know, I think in some ways it, you know, it gets us up to the north end of the reservoir. From there, we still need to find a way to get over to the you know, the Bradfield Bridge. Now, there's existing roads up there. We can make utilization of the existing roads if we choose to do that. I think what we need to evaluate is whether or not you know, having the Forest Service move forward with evaluating whether or not to expand that trail to accommodate 60-inch vehicles. Right now is just for 50-inch vehicles. If we feel like there's value in that, we can ask the Forest Service to move forward with it. If not, we may just want to tell them to take a pause on this, and we may need to reevaluate our position here.
So it's up to you gentlemen what we got to do. One thing I can tell you, they came up with the 50-inch rule when they made the first Razor. Well, that's a thing of the past, that all these side-by-sides are wider now. They got to be 60 inches. Yeah, they've spread them out. And it's kind of irrelevant to have a 50-inch, in my opinion, now because of the way that the machines have changed. But
and I agree with that. Most of them, I would say, are probably the 5 feet. But how would this get us connected back to Bradfield?
Yeah, it's certainly more difficult.
So you're going to have to get back on the Dolores Norwood Road and then go across to Salter Way?
Right. Yeah, you'd have to use existing roads all the way. Yeah. Very difficult to see off this MUMV map, isn't it? It's, I really had a hard time picking it out, but it was Road 526.
Because I can see where they're going through Boggy, but
there is roads that,
If we have
after you
a
get
pointer,
past
I
Beaver
could maybe,
Canyon.
I don't think the pointer works.
yeah, that's the trouble with it. Okay, so let me, I'll give everybody kind of the best I can do here. The Boggy Draw Road is really over on the left-hand side of that blue line. Boggy Draw Road actually lies right here, and it runs up like this. So what we really have to do is try to find some kind of a connector that would drop across into this road system here, and it seems like there's a canyon right here. Or we have to find a way to get onto one of these existing roads, and which will link us back up to up near Salter Y, and we can get on across up that direction.
It makes it hard. I mean,
Make it way difficult. Did somebody say that eagle stole that nest from a raven?
Well, that's what Division of Wildlife told us,
I
yeah.
think when we have, I think that's a squatter, I think that's not valid.
Well, and then,
I think we have a neighborhood problem here.
but then two geese stole it from the
From the eagle. Let's move some geese down there and then we'll have a geese nest up there instead of an eagle nest.
So the McCrack committee doesn't feel like we have really.
Well, I think their assessment was that there is probably still a path forward, but it is going to be much, much harder than ever before. And we may have to work through a monitoring program with the Eagle's Nest, you know, a variety of different things that we can try to do to help mitigate the situation.
What was their monitoring program that they used to define the half-a-mile radius?
I couldn't tell you what
that's
that
kind
is.
of the statute, but they just looked up there and seen it.
And they say
just
some
recently.
eagles, they'll go 4 or 5 years and not nest and then come back. I mean, they can,
That's
you
correct.
can remain
Right.
vacant for 4 or 5 years. And if they nest one time in it within a 5 or 6 year span, then it's considered an active net, which.
Yeah, and so what we were told is that they found feathers, they found fresh droppings, and they found evidence that the nest had been added onto. So in other words, new wood.
Whitewash is what they called it.
Yeah, whitewash, yeah.
Well, I've got a suggestion, so this is, we got 1 year, Commissioner Tell. We,
Sounds like this might get devious.
well, the thing is we have existing roads to get us to Moab. Right now, the way that these trail systems works, the way the trail system worked with Rose Vermont Rose to Moab was they've designated this trail through the Forest Service and everything. And then that's what is the magnet, the attraction. But we've already got the roads. We could have our GIS and we can build our own, we can design our own, using existing Forest Service roads. And BLM roads, we can design our own map to get to the rim rocker in Nucla and bypass the federal government and just
put it out there and say this is how you.
it's not illegal to do that. I mean, the roads are already legal. And then maybe we could get some attention with the federal agencies to.
Well,
So
sounds like
so don't go through Boggy at all.
We can go, as long as it is a legal road and we have our law.
So utilize. Okay.
We have our law in Montezuma County
Forest Service
that-
roads, we'll use county roads, Forest Service road, we can't use state highway, but we certainly use all Montezuma County roads and Forest Service roads. Maybe we need to put Doug and them on a.
Map us a.
So we'll be working on this.
Have you?
Yeah, in fact, we have been working on this, and we'll continue to work on this. This is really partly, you know, it's kind of rolled into some of the map evaluation that we're doing on some of the roads up there as it is.
Good.
So, and there's another piece up there that we're trying to get some information on. So there are a lot of abandoned railroad grades up there.
There you go, some old railroad.
So if we can get a map, and those were mapped pretty tight, we should be able to pull those maps up.
Beaver, there's some, you bet there's
Absolutely.
railroad grades through Beaver and all through when they were logging up there.
Sure. So we can evaluate those and see if we can find, you know, kind of a you know, the best route we can for that type of use. Otherwise, our concept initially was to just put signs up on existing roads. So, I mean, we've got this we can really find a route, I think.
You know,
And we can improve that route over time. It doesn't have to be a perfect route, so.
And the thing about that,
tact. I think that's a great tact.
because then what they would do, like the Rim Rocker Trail now, they got a map that you can get by in Montrose County or and they've got a GPS where you can get on there. And we can do the same thing through Montezuma County, Dolores, San Miguel, and
It seems like, to me, the important thing is the concept of,
Right, and the ability for somebody to start at point A and go through all this country, no matter what trail or road it's on, be able to camp along the way, and then hook up with Rim Rocker, go into Moab, go up to, back out to, I mean, for those people that want to take a week or 10-day excursion, they can do it.
Mhm.
I think it's a great concept. I think by,
Give it a try.
give it a
Sure.
shot.
Or map it and see what it looks like.
sure. And we do need to coordinate with the BLM again on this. You know, they've liked the idea from the very beginning, and so they've been doing their own mapping. So we can work from the north end down also to look at all these different connections. There are multiple different ways we can make it work. We just want to pick the sweet route, you know, if we
You
can.
want to pick the best, sure, you want to pick the best route.
Yeah, and if new conflicts arise, a new eagle's nest shows up, whatever, we want to be able to find a workaround. And I think using the existing roads will help us do that.
Help us a lot.
once you get into San Miguel County, then your options are narrow. So you have to go by the, what do they call it, Black Snag.
Mhm.
If you got the Black Snag, you could come down into where the Wild Horse, the Spring Creek area, come out, there's a gravel pit up there which would bring you into the basin. And then once you get to the basin, you can go through Bull Canyon.
Across the road and
If you didn't take that route, you could go, then once you get to San Miguel, then you gotta get all the way back to Duff Creek, so that you can take and get into where what they call it, the Ucola Road. Where you- There's roads back in there to get you by 3-step and all of that to get you back. So those would be, they're not in our counties, but we would have to get our trail going in one direction or one in the other. Because it's the only way to get around the Dolores River.
I think it sounds like a.
start mapping or continue mapping.
Yeah, okay, we'll continue.
Some of these other counties would be willing to jump in on this. They were willing to jump in when we were planning the sage hen and going out and connecting.
Grand County.
Yeah, they sure
I've
were.
talked with them, they're wanting it's Dolores County, wants a San Miguel. They like the concept.
Yep.
But we just need, but back to what are we gonna tell the Forest Service and Sage Hen and doing a,
Tell them that we'll expect their cooperation on any of these other Forest Service roads that we plan to incorporate in our new design. Or do you say we keep fighting the bird?
you know, it was a big fight on the bird on Phil's Road, and we didn't fare.
I know we didn't do very well. I don't think we're gonna fight the golden eagle. Just to be honest with you, I think we're up against that.
The option of trying to find a different path is probably
the most.
not that I like it, but it's probably going to make the most sense to get
This
it
was
tied
the
together
sage hen,
quicker.
just such a beautiful way to get out there and down and through and across. It was so ideal.
And so for this new phase that the Forest Service has,
We got everything.
I mean, one thing that we can do is make sure that piece of the trail, the existing piece of trail, meets the needs of the broadest range of users we possibly can. So perhaps making it go to the 60-inch does seem like a good move. That can be part A of the trail, and from there we just start looking at how we can thread it on the rest of the way. And if it comes down to using new sections of trail to make connections, things like that, we can bring those proposals forward. In fact, that was one of the things that the McRack suggested. For example, I mean, one of the guys that worked with the federal agency said sometimes you get more action by proposing something that's even worse to them than. And he says you may not still get through the bird, but they may offer up new opportunities, other things that we hadn't thought of. So we'll continue to work with them on it. So.
I'd say start. I'd say keep going at it.
Okay.
Go.
Okay. Well, I think that's the end of my report.
For the 60, work on that.
Yeah, and I think the 60s are, if we're trying to make these connections with rim rocker and all, those are 60-inch, those are, I mean, we absolutely, we gotta keep it, we gotta keep it consistent, so you have people traveling to do all the same, so yeah, I think stay with the 60.
Okay, okay, sounds good. I'll let the Forest Service know that we plan to move forward with it. And I'll explain the broad concept, so they get the, they need to know the full concept.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen.
All right,
One other.
Yes.
Resolution on the racks.
Oh, yes, yes.
Have you got the opportunity to look at any of those?
I did, and I sent you, I don't know if you saw that, but I sent you a sample resolution. They kind of matched up with everything that they had.
Oh, okay, all right.
So if there is another format, I've really looked for the format on that. I think I have the correct format, but if not, we'll adapt it quickly.
When did you send that?
Oh, gosh, I sent that maybe 2 weeks ago.
Could you resend it to me?
You bet.
Okay.
You bet. No problem. All right.
Wow. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Yes, thank you, James. Okay, now we have Mr. Powers, Administrator's Report.
It's been a fairly quiet holiday. I did put at the back of the room, and some of you have it. I think, Jim, you came in a little after everybody snagged them all. But for the coming year, I have grouped our departments according to what they do, and I've laid out kind of a schedule for the Board of Commissioner meetings through 2020 to kind of give context to the meetings that we're having, so that we're not switching from landfill to social services to hospital to something vague. So I've also made a mention of all the dates that we know that will be gone during that. So if anybody didn't get one, I can certainly email it to you, and we'll get it up on the website as well. But I've kind of tried to give some context to the commissioner meetings for the year, and I mean, we'll have some flexibility, you know, if we need to change something like this along the way, we can. But other than that, I've been working on trying to get the year scheduled for other meetings and departments as well. So
I think that's good. I think that's a good layout, Shaq.
I like it.
It gets them here with some regularity. I think we stay much more closely involved with what they're doing and knowing what they're doing and what their successes and difficulties are. So,
all right,
it looks good.
That's it for me.
Yeah, that's it.
Wow.
That's it. It's been a quiet holiday.
Pretty nice.
Yeah, he was busy.
He didn't even learn a new joke over Christmas. I can't believe this. My gosh, Shaq. Okay, County Commissioners Report. Start with Commissioner Candelaria.
Boy, mine is going to be extremely brief also, and I think we pretty much discussed it. One was the meeting with Empire Electric so that we can figure out for sure what we're doing with the charging stations and the demand fees, and then the relocation of one charging station compared to the location of where we were. And I was did have a good time serving dinner at Christmas with for the community. I enjoyed that, and was able to attend Chief Lane's funeral.
Yeah.
Great loss. And that's all I have.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sukla.
A couple of meetings coming up about the city's land use code update. I believe there's one tonight. Is that
Thursday.
Oh, Thursday? Okay, sorry about it. On Thursday at 7 o'clock at the Baymont. Something I'd like to bring up and work on my final year as a commissioner, and I know that we were told differently is the airport, and we need to try to get our designation to what they call a 139. What I have found out is a lot of the things that we were told at the city council meeting, that you can't get this federal money, which there's 95% comes from the federal government, 5% comes to whoever it is controls the airport, whether that's a city or a county. So $1 million, it's going to cost you $50,000. $10 million, $500,000. And what Russ had said was that we needed to beef up our the taxiways, the weight limit. if I remember right. Do you remember, Jim?
Yeah, it was a weight limitation.
It was a
on
weight
that.
limit to increase that weight limit to get this. But what I have found out was one of the comments was made at that city council meeting was that if you don't have an entity that comes to say that they're going to use your airport, a bigger airplane, that you're not going to get the money. Well, another county, and I don't want to use this county's name yet because they're working on something that's going to help Montezuma County on Saturday, was this particular county never had one entity business come to say they needed to have bigger airplanes. And in the last 10 years, they have received $22 million. So it's kind of like that saying that a dog doesn't bark at a parked car. Our city council is the parked car. The reason that nobody's barking at the city council is because they ain't doing anything when it comes to the airport. And the only way we're ever going to ever get our airport is if in my opinion, the commissioners, one thing, if they would partner with the county on trying to get an upgrade to the airport, or I don't know, would they lease us the airport for 5 years because we know how to get things done.
Or develop an authority.
There's a meeting.
Yeah.
There is a meeting. That's a little airline called SkyWest. They employ 25,000 people, and they are meeting with multiple airports. Well, not multiple, but different counties on wanting access to airports that meet this 139 designation. On Saturday, there's going to be a word put in favor of Montezuma County, which is the city of Cortez. But unless we start trying to do the upgrades and ask for that federal money for the airport, we're never going to get anywhere. And so would like for us to visit with the city council and see if we could get somebody. Some of them guys only got 4 months. Wouldn't it be great if I only had 4 months left and I sitting on that city council? Would I want to be known for mediums that are gray that aren't even pretty? They should have been, at least the concrete should have been stained, for God's sake, red or something. Would I want to be known for taking a healthy reserve and going to where I don't have any money left? Or would I want to be remembered by I was one of the ones that helped push the airport to get that designation 139 so that we could land a 70 passenger or greater airline, which would also give us the capabilities of freight coming into our county. So that's what I'm going to work on this year. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. I had a very quiet, lovely Christmas and New Year's and attended function along with Commissioner Candelaria on the Chief of Police Lane. Very, very nice service, and that's about all I had. I had just a nice holiday week, man. But I appreciate Commissioner Supel. I really appreciate that airport idea. I think that's something we need to pursue. I think that's very good. What's that? I'm gonna miss the next two commissioners meeting. Yes, I am. I'm gonna be gone for a couple of weeks. Okay. Public comment. We're back to public comment.
Good morning, guys.
Hi.
Commissioners.
Name and address, if you would, please.
Rob Pope, 311 North Broadway.
Yeah, thank you, Rob.
I've been doing a lot of reading and studying of the proposed city's land use code that they're going to be voting on. And I was curious to know if our planning director has had any involvement or coordination with the city and discussed it with them at all, or is that?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Do we?
I can tell you that Don went with me, I want to say, the last meeting they had just before they sent the proposal to the council. I'm going to say it was like in August or September. That meeting, and other than that, I don't know if he's had any other involvement, but I know I was at that same meeting that he was at.
I
So
plan
I
on
don't know.
going to these these meetings. I can't attend the one Thursday because we have a planning and zoning meeting that evening, so we can't attend it. But the one on the 28th, I believe,
That's when they vote, I believe.
I think that's the last chance to say anything about it. It's just a concern to me. I hope that there's been enough public awareness that there is a response to it, because it's pretty debilitating. But anyway, the other thing is I when the new planning director was being sought after, one of the things that we were hoping for is that they would pursue pursue some development within the county. I think this airport thing may be something he wants to be involved with. But I just wondered if you guys have heard anything about any plans for pursuing economic development by the planning director in his office in this coming year, if there's any projects going forward, or are they meeting people, calling people? I just really hope that we're pursuing economic development in this county within that office. And I don't know what's been going on. I just thought I'd put a bug in you guys' ear to see if anything's going on that you might ask him about. Thank you.
Well, those are very good questions, and actually that was one of the recommendations that when we did that, and I don't know the answer on that second, but the first one, I want to give you an example of the land use code, the city's proposed land use code that has not been talked about, and it's something that I experienced on a personal level, and it was down in Maricopa, Arizona. My ex-father-in-law was putting in a treatment plant to make the green guardrail posts and the pressure-treated plate stock, they call it, for building homes, which is this chemical called CCA, copper, chromium, and arsenic. Yep. And he had $300,000. He bought an old cotton gin. It was a metal building. It was all concrete and metal. The only thing in there that could catch on fire was a starter box to run a 30-horsepower pump that would pressure-treat the wood. Everything else was water. The chemical was non-flammable, by the way, so there was nothing in this building that could burn up. He spent the $300,000. He was ready to open it up, and they came in and said, no, you don't meet, we have in our land use code, we have this fire code, and you have to, because of the size of the cotton gin, you have to put in this firefighting system. Well, that firefighting system, so again, nothing in there that could catch on fire. That firefighting system, he had already spent the $300,000, was $100,000. And what he had said is if I would have known at the very beginning that I would have had to spend that extra $100,000 after I'd already spent the $300,000, I would have never did the project in the first place. This land use code, there's a reason why Antonio's has been stuccoed and it's all looks like it's ready to open, but it isn't ready to open. This land use code has those same faults where you don't know, the meetings that they're having with Tracy Hughes is well, this case by case basis. That is a business killer that will destroy, in my opinion, the city of Cortez by having. The other thing is, and I've just got to bring it up because it's such a burr. When we did the courthouse, they told us we had an in on buying Bing cherry trees for $10 a tree that would produce a cherry in 2 years, and we wanted to plant these Bing cherry trees. I think we were required, I can't remember, 30, 40 trees. But we were not allowed to plant the cherry trees because they did not meet their landscape requirements. They wanted us to look exactly like Osprey. So we got the same plants. So this is the way that I look at it. I've owned 3 landscape companies. You have city council members that don't know a damn thing about landscaping. You have planners that don't know a damn thing about plants, but they're telling the people what they have to plant. And why? And then when they came to us as commissioners, this was before Commissioner Candelaria, they came to us one by one, took us up in that visitor center with the new people that were writing up their land use code, And they asked us, since it wasn't a public meeting, they brought us one, if we would be open to stucco for the 3-mile radius of all existing businesses and new businesses, where that the face would be stucco. My point is this: if they were wanting to do that, now what is the plans for the future? Why do they want to make us all look alike? Then they're doing a 412 roof. Well, a lot of their roofs are flat. Have you not noticed some of the city buildings? They're flat. How come they can have a flat roof, but if you own we got to have a 412? I mean, it's riddled with excessive regulation. That if their goal is to make our city beautiful, they're going to make it beautiful, all right, by closed signs on businesses and cardboard in the windows because they can't make it.
Well, I'll make a blanket statement on it because I can't go into detail. I mean, there's a lot of messy stuff in there. But in land use codes, the gray areas that exist in land use codes allow planning commissions to make decisions on a case-by-case basis. When there's rules and regulations that are so strict, even if you can go through the process for variances, it adds about 6 months to a process that's already burdensome. And people, once the rule's in place, it's hard for them to find reverse and say, well, you got a good project here and everything looks nice, you're good to go. You have to go through all these variances. It's just so restrictive and brutal. When businesses close here, the regulations are so stringent that nobody's going to reopen them. And on the residential side, it's an HOA from hell. But anyway, I'll give up my time.
Thank you, Mr. Pope. Anybody else for public comment?
Got to start the new year off. This is Dexter Gill, 20601 Road 22, Lewis. I just want to start off thanking you guys for a good past year. This has really been, I think, evidence of a good commission. You have been very forthwith and very open with everything that you've been doing, and we appreciate that. We don't always agree, naturally, but thank you very much. And I just want to encourage you for the upcoming year to be aware. Well, part of thanking you too is listening to your reappointment of your staff. The county staff is what has been said, one of the best. And that is in my opinion, one of the best things that the county commissioners they do is get a good staff. They're the ones that does the work. You don't do the work. You really approve what's being done and give them some direction. And part of that direction is important is maintaining a focus on maintaining private property rights and following literally our Constitution of the state of Colorado and the United States. You have that legislation coming up this year. We know it's going to be coming. All you hear rules. And the legislation coming out of the state will be challenging and threatening our private property rights. It'll be threatening our health and safety and our economy of Montezuma County. And so I encourage you to watch over and approve with your staff in the county, because it's so easy, because they get the stuff passed down from Denver to each of the offices, whether it's social welfare, whether it's roads or whatever. And it comes down to them, and it's like, well, we got to do this because the state tells us we got to do it. Well, we have to look at, is what they're telling us maintaining our private property rights? Is it maintaining the health and the safety and the economy of Montezuma County? Most of their stuff does not. So I'm encouraging your staff to be aware of those things and look for you for guidance in maintaining that status. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dexter. Anybody else? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll close public comment. I guess we're time for lunch, and then we'll have a Board of Health meeting this afternoon.
young children and, you know, teaching moms how to be
Yes, because
moms and stuff?
this system is helping, you know, the moms who are in N.M.P. who maybe want to go back to work, but can't afford childcare. Some of the barriers are they can't afford it, or their work schedule doesn't go with it. So that's this person's role is figuring out what those barriers are.
You guys provide help, or childcare, or help with childcare for clients or for people who need
We don't.
childcare services?
Social services has.
Services does that one?
Yes, yes. And, you know, the Opinion Project has the tree house. There's a lot of, you know, childcare facilities, but, and again, Vanjie's the expert on the slots that are in this community, but there's not enough childcare slots for everyone who would like to utilize them or could utilize them. So, anyway, so part of this role is figuring out those gaps and working on fixing them. So it's Quick, Snap, and CCAP, all three of these combined. And we've already been doing some of this work with Quick and Snap already this past year. But it's getting too big and the requirements too much for how we've been sort of kind of, yeah, so we're at the point now where it's far bigger, and so now they've offered more money to support a person, a one person that's designated to do this work. So, anyway. And it's worthwhile work. So that's in the works. Any questions about it? So the CNC, Colorado National Collaborative, that's the one that we're working on now that I need to get in by the end of next week. Now this grant, the goal of this grant is to identify, implement, and evaluate successful state and community-based strategies for suicide prevention. This is a suicide prevention grant. We've already done some work with these folks, just, you know, kind of collaborating and talking about what we're already doing, the work we're already doing. And they have released this RFA, only certain counties are eligible for it. El Paso, La Plata, Larimer, Mesa, Montezuma, and Pueblo are the only counties that are eligible to apply for this money. So it is a collaborative nature, and so that is why they kind of targeted the backbone organization to be a county level provider. So they're really hoping that public health departments will go. That's why we're using that word in that classification because of our high suicide. Yes. Fourth line is going to stay. So those counties that have been selected are all basically targeted because of those. Yes. So, so we're in the midst of writing for this, and they have their goal, the ultimate goal with this project, is to reduce suicide deaths and non-fatal suicide attempts among Coloradans by 20% by the year 2024. That's the overarching goal with this grant. So the first project year would start March 1st and end July 31st. So it's like a 5-month beginning. And then it goes year to year after that, August 1st to June 30, each year after that. And it's expected up to 5 years that this grant will last, so 2 to 5 years. So the first year, it's estimated each county would get anywhere from $75,000 to $100,000. And then after that, it drops to $20,000 to $25,000. So, our vision is to combine this person that I spoke of for this Essentials for Childhood piece with this piece, because of the funding trickling down each year. So we see that together, this would be a 30-hour person to do this, and then if we get this funding for the suicide work, piggybacking with
And the person can do the same thing? And do it.
yes. We do that a lot. Yeah, that we won't. They just divide your time. And some of this work, and these families are, you know, clearly their financial situation makes them eligible for these things. Financial stress plays a factor in your behavioral health. I see big picture potentially linkage here anyway with the work you're doing, you know, between trying to help these families and then also the issues that go on behind what these people were thinking about hurting. So, anyway, that's kind of our vision. Whether or not this is all going to play out, I don't know, you know, but this is what we're thinking, so. Can you think of anything else? I'm sorry.
That's extremely important for our community.
I think so.
I just wanted to touch on, I've been the lucky one to sit and do the CNC work right now with Bobby's help here and there, but I get to sit in all these meetings and it's really interesting. So I wanted to share the 6 strategies that the state, local, national, and the county partners have come up with that we're working on. So the first one is improved connectedness, community connectedness, improving that. So it's really exciting because there's a few other groups that we're working with that are also working on the same thing. So we can kind of implement that work together, and maybe a little bit of money from here and there, we can actually do something bigger that we wouldn't be able to do. Increased economic stability is another one. Provide education and awareness is the third. Improve access and delivery of suicide care is the 4th strategy. Lethal means safety is the 5th, and postvention is the 6th strategy. So there's a lot of stuff that plays into there that we're working in other
What was your 6th? I didn't catch it.
postvention.
Postvention instead of intervention,
Postvention, yes.
So one of those pillars was financial stability, which totally links to the families that are eligible but not accessing WIC SNAP. So I mean, all of these things could potentially link. So.
The reason for the postvention is because of the high suicide attempts after an intervention, usually within a month.
They're still building that strategy, but yes, it's the gist of it.
So, a question that I have about this, it sounded to me like the childhood coordinator's role would be sort of as a navigator within to help families figure out the different resources available in the community. Is that right? I mean, we're not providing new resource services there, are we?
No, we're not. It is more being the coordinator with figuring out what the barriers are, because we know these services exist. We know there's WIC, we know there's SNAP, and there's CCAP. Why is it, and we also know there's a population that's not accessing these services, but they're eligible. So this person's role is to figure out and to pull all the community partners together who are providing these services and figure out what are the barriers, why aren't these people accessing what they're eligible for, and also including people who are eligible for these and aren't accessing it. You know, including people with lived experience is part of this grant. So
they're working, this individual that we might hire is working with agencies within the community to try to help them figure out barriers.
Right.
But also with individuals to try to help them negotiate those barriers?
It's some of the people that are the way I understand it, the people that are supposed to be part of this coalition, if you will, okay, because it is going to be a coalition, would be folks who have lived experience and help them navigate, but that's not what they're not going to be doing that on a daily basis. Like, you know, it wouldn't be, you know, I'm going to go to the health department so that this person can help me get my child into daycare at Treehouse. It's not that specific. It's bigger picture than that. Like, what are the reasons why people aren't doing this? You know, again, this is brand new.
Right. So how does that tie in then with the suicide prevention? Is that working with a variety of agencies that provide mental health services, behavioral health, or is that working with individuals who are at risk to commit suicide?
It's not direct services.
It is
Okay,
not
so this
direct,
is-
none of these are direct services with
All right,
individuals.
so
This
we're-
is
we're
They can't, you know, they can't make the appointment or.
Make that WIC van much more.
Right, yeah, and I can't remember the numbers, but we have increased our WIC enrollment just by going out and doing what we're doing with the WIC van. So we're gonna utilize the WIC van to do some of this other outreach as well. So that is definitely, so because they have this coalition, they really want, they were missing the LPHA voice, the local public health agency's voice. So our immunization nurse, Lori Wood, is going to be part of this. They're having weekly Zoom meetings starting this Friday between January and May. They're trying to get everybody on board to really get the immunization rates higher. So anyway, that's going on, that work. So we are going to be part of that.
Just a quick comment,
Yeah,
and this
yeah.
is sort of editorializing, but I mean, some of us in this room are old enough to remember when measles, mumps, and rubella were common. You know, I remember as a kid, probably had the mumps and had the measles, and you know, I mean, that was real common. And I think there are a couple of generations now who have not experienced that kind of, you know, outbreak in their kids. And so the immunization programs were so effective that it became very uncommon to have that occur in a community. There are always going to be people who have, you know, valid objections for one reason or another to having their children immunized, and you know, we can't overcome that.
No.
But I think there is a lot of misinformation and maybe lack of education to the younger generations that, you know, this really is a meaningful thing and a low-risk thing to have occur. So, as you said earlier, the education is an important part of this.
It's huge.
And then outreach to make it more available.
Make it more available, yeah.
Right.
That's gonna be our approach from public health, is to educate and be present and make it easy to access the immunizations if you want them, you know. So that's really kind of where the approach we're taking with it.
If you don't know, you'll never.
Right.
You'll never do anything.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, when that incident happened, you know, in Denver, think about all of the people that were exposed to those children. And in the emergency room at Children's Hospital, you know. I mean, when you think about all the potentials, and, you know, so I do think it's important that we, and that's actually one of the things that Lori's gonna bring up when she has part of these phone calls, is that, you know, not that you wanna put fear in, but when you think about the reality of what if something like that happened at Mesa Verde? All the people that it would expose. And here we are down in the southwest corner of Colorado with 6 public health nurses. You know, I'm just saying, you know, we just
But
really.
you also have to recognize that a lot of people have immunities already built in. I think that's why you didn't have an outbreak. That's why you didn't get all the, because so many people that they came into contact with have been immunized against measles or have had the measles and have their own immunity built in, so.
But the more people that don't get their kids vaccinated, those are the kids who are, exactly, there's a lot of folks who don't do it for whatever reason, and you know.
There was that big threat that they thought it was going to, that immunizations in early infants caused Down syndrome and stuff. There was that theory going around for a while, that a lot of the Down syndrome
and
autism came from immunizations, which I think they've pretty well proven that's not the case. But
right. I mean, anytime that you have a condition that you can't explain the cause of,
exactly,
then you start to have all these theories about what the cause might be.
Right.
And autism in particular was one that, you know, got associated with immunizations.
Right.
So, but that doesn't, as you say, I don't think there's really good solid evidence to support that. So.
But I remember polio, when I was a kid, the polio vaccines, they were all done in the schools. I mean, that's where, families, they had polio nights, and you got your little sugar cube. And I'm gonna tell you what, that was big stuff when I was a little kid.
I remember it too, Keena.
6 or 7 years old, and I'm gonna tell you what, that was a big night at the schools. I mean, everybody was there. I mean, that was one of the biggest things that ever happened.
What'd you do with the cubic sugar?
Ate it.
Yep.
Vaccine on the
I remember, I had my sugar, I remember
You're
that.
talking way.
Oh, come on.
Way.
Keenan's happy young Moses in there.
I copied off his exam too, man. The guy was smart.
Maybe I need to go through some of this educational class, because obviously I wasn't.
Okay, so that's what's going on with immunizations in our health department and in our community. So as far as our regional, I put on our agenda regional LPHA work, local public health agency work. So we do have monthly meetings with our directors that are in our region. So that's San Juan Basin, Dolores County, and Becky and Silverton. The name of the county just left me. San Juan County. So we have, we continue those meetings, and we're addressing behavioral health as a region. And so we've decided, along with that group, as well as our, I keep calling it a meta coalition, but that's not really our official name. We're just a regional behavioral health. We've done some meetings through Zoom, which has worked really well, I think. That way it decreases the travel. So we had Dolores County participate. We had obviously Archuleta County, or San Juan County, and La Plata County, and us. We held the meeting at our health department, and we Zoomed in, and it worked well. We had a conversation in our public health office, and then we got on the Zoom with everybody, and continued the conversation. And what came out of that is we really need to figure out, so we're doing an inventory. What currently exists in this community? What trainings exist? Who offers them? What services exist? Who offers them? And what is still needed? Because we don't know which direction to take until we know what we already have. Because when we started talking about all the different things that we could do, then it was like, oh, well, Opinion Project has people trained in that. Oh, well, Access has people trained in that. You know what I mean? So we did this bouncing around, and then we decided, well, we need to know who is doing what. So that is kind of the direction we're taking, so that we can get that established, and then we'll go from there as far as what we need to bring to the community. So anyway, do you have anything to add to that? Does that sound like a pretty good summary?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where are you at in that process?
Our last meeting, we just decided to do that. And so
Yeah.
now we're doing a collection of information gathering.
So
About a
part
month-
of that is
about
the
a month.
behavioral health action team, which is the next bullet point. And we've created a survey and a spreadsheet so that it can populate into that survey as a group. We've done that. Haley Leonard and I are working on that, and Mary from
Southwest AHEC.
So hopefully we'll be sending that email out to people, and so you type in what your Opinion Project could type in everything that it offers. Once we get it back to us, it'll populate our spreadsheet that we can then evaluate and share. And we're doing everything from 6-hour trainings to half-day trainings to student trainings, youth trainings, everything. So hopefully we'll get us a nice inventory for the community. And it won't just be Montezuma County, it's going to be the region.
The region.
So we're gonna
And it'll be labeled as such, so that you won't think that this is provided in the region. Maybe it's only provided in La Plata County. Well, if it's only provided in La Plata County and we could benefit from over here, then how do we get it here? Kind of thing.
So we'll just start sharing that inventory and working with each other locally.
And then as you find duplicate services, is there going to be a plan to collaborate or eliminate? Or?
Good point. Don't know about that.
Well, just as far as, there are a lot of train the trainers, a lot of people that are trained to train, which is great. So we want to be able to support that if they can train more people.
Right.
What we're really looking at is what can we bring in what is more valuable to spend our dollars on to bring into our communities versus what we have already available to us.
But we don't want to
So-
bring something in that somebody's already doing and we didn't know they were doing it. That's why we're doing the inventory first.
Finding out. Yeah.
Right, so that we're not continuing a duplication process. We don't want to do that. But, you know, if La Plata is offering a certain training and Axis is doing the same training here, that's okay. Because, you know, nobody's going to go over to La Plata County to get that training. It needs to be here. So, but, you know, if there's like 2 or 3 organizations doing the same training, I don't know. That'll be up to them to decide if they want to continue to do that. Maybe they could go a different direction. Maybe it doesn't need to be in multiple places, or maybe it does, you know,
Well,
depending on what it is.
And just as a professional, wanting to know how long is that training? When are they offered?
Right.
And being able to get a training. I learned of a training today, and it's like, well, that would be interesting. Well, apparently it's been here for about 8 months. So,
and that's the thing.
Yeah.
In your questionnaire and your survey, do you have an evidence-based question? What kind of results have you seen from this program?
I don't know that you.
I don't know that she put, I don't know if that's in there. I haven't looked at the final copy, but yes, we did put whether it was evidence-based, I believe continuing education is allowed, or a certificate. I'll have to look at that, but.
I'm just wondering, because if we have a program and they've got a 7% success rate and
Yeah.
another one has an 80%
Right,
success rate,
right.
if we're gonna bring one in, let's
Right.
go with the 80%.
Right.
Yeah, and we might be the ones evaluating that, you know. So, yeah, we might be the ones, because we're asking for this so that we can evaluate what's here, so. I'm not sure if she added that in now or part of our.
Do we have a deadline? Like when is that going to be, when do we want people's answers?
We'll probably be sending that out in February, because we haven't met as a team yet since we've created we met as a team and did a list, but we haven't met since we put it into a survey. Yeah, so the survey's
The holidays
not
kind
in.
of missed progression.
Yeah.
Not that we want to give them up, mind you. Okay.
Bobby, I had a comment about
Sure.
the survey. I think it's important to be sure that the programs that are listed on the survey, say from Pinion Project or Access or anything else, are actually programs they're doing and just not off of Facebook or whatever their web pages or something, because programs
They have active
come and
enrollment.
go.
Okay.
So, you know, it could look like Pinion or some other agency has 27 programs, where in reality, they only have 25. and
Right.
Some of them
Yeah,
aren't being
you're
done.
right. Because the websites, people do their websites, and then if nobody updates it, it's
Yeah.
not current.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know,
Yeah.
it might look like they have all this, but are they really doing it?
Yes.
You know, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
it's not
we're in-
necessarily programs, it's more or less trainings. Trainings for community members.
Right, but the same thing holds true.
Yeah.
Trainings.
And we wanted a resource person to be able to do just that. And we were denied that, so we've had to shift gears. So that's kind of where we're at.
Okay, let's see, what else? Talked about that. Our community conversations, we finished 4 of those last year, right? 4? Yeah. The last one was on December 18th. I think the consensus was we're going to reconvene again a group, but in the spring, is that what we said?
Yes, March.
In March or April of next year, and it was discussed, and you two were both there, so maybe pipe up if I missed something.
I had to leave early.
Not that early. But, you know, possibly have like an evening meeting or a later afternoon
Correct, so the
meeting.
community could come, and we were talking about even broadcasting.
So we're gonna continue having those meetings. Laura already pretty much, I think, updated us on the behavioral health action team through team.
I have a couple more things.
Okay, go ahead.
So these are our priorities that we came up with. So I was talking about the inventory. We are also looking to define behavioral health and make those definitions friendly to all age groups, different age groups. And not necessarily actually a definition of behavioral health, but what does that look like when you're in elementary school? What does that, you know, how can we catch you in elementary, in middle school, or at the senior center? To kind of like bring the discussion of behavioral health, destigmatize it, basically. So that's one of the things that we're working on right away, is that and the inventory. So if anyone wants to be part of the behavioral health action team, we're welcoming.
The invitation is there.
Yes, we welcome anybody to come to that. We do have a good variety of people there, but we can always use more. Part of that group is also, our group is also going to work on what we're calling growing our own. This was voted as the first priority, and it's basically growing our own behavioral health providers, people that are born and raised here, starting to go, or just raised here, or want to make this place a home. You know, you go to career day and you see all these cool things, not that they're not important, like firemen, policemen, you know, electrical line workers, but you never see behavioral health professionals and how you can actually help your community by providing that service and going to school, and as well as educating them on how much can you make, where can you work, what does clinical versus private practice look like, possibly doing some intern programs. Obviously you can't intern during a session, but you can intern on a clinical side and see, this is what we do when we do an intake, this is what we do, you know, educate like that. Working with the schools, possibly providing the schools with an incentive to allow this to be part of a curriculum, whether that's a psychology program that they're already running at the school. I know we did QPR training, and then they did another training at the school. So how do we continue to work with that group of youth that wanted to be trained, that took the initiative and said that they wanted to be trained to be helpful to their school community? We need to continue to engage with them. We are also working on some media campaigns based around stigma reduction and public awareness. Expanding our community resources, which then goes back to that inventory. We're also looking at volunteer workforce programs, supporting community groups that already exist to be those volunteer workforce people. And then workforce development, which is retention of professionals that are moving to the area, or how do we engage people to move to our area? How do we outreach? You know, do we outreach to CSU Boulder and say, do something that talks about Southwest Colorado and how awesome it is to live here, what's available here, you know, what do we do? So those are our lingering ideas that we haven't really got to yet, but we would love more people on this group.
How often do you meet? When do you meet?
We meet once a month. Right now we're meeting, I believe, on Wednesdays, the third Wednesdays, but we're not set on that. We do allow it to change because we do have a small devoted group. So if our group, if some people can't meet, but we would like some input on that. If anybody has any.
Let me know when your next meeting is.
Okay, I will do that.
I'd like to make an off-the-record comment, if I could, at least until it's confirmed with other sources, but...
We're not going to start
We're
recording.
We are live stream.
Pardon?
I don't know if
We're
we are
live
live
streaming.
streaming
No, we
anymore.
are live streaming. We're not?
No, we're not.
Okay.
But we are recording it.
All right, well,
Because Isaac asked
just,
me to turn the mic
this
on.
comment needs to be
Yeah, so
confirmed
somebody-
from another source.
We do need the mics on.
Yeah.
For the recording, I have to have the mics on for the recording.
It's okay, Shaq. It's not.
Whoa, before you say anything.
Well, I just don't want this to be splashed in the newspapers until we confirm it with
And
access.
Jim's sitting right there.
There you go. But my understanding, and from standpoint of growing our own and workforce development and a member of this committee, is that Aaron Montano is finishing his psychiatry
Yes, he is.
residency this summer and has been employed by Access Health System to work in our community. So,
Cool.
Well, that's nice having a homegrown professional.
we have a homegrown psychiatrist who I think could have a lot of input, and,
So we can reach out to him, maybe.
yeah, we need to
That's a
reach
lot.
out to Pete and
Sounds-
Lori and,
That sounds good.
and see, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So we could totally get Lori or Pete, who are retired, to join this. And I know them very well.
Well,
So,
therein
yeah,
lies
well,
your task.
Good. Good,
Therein
good,
lies
good.
your task.
That's good. I didn't know that kind of was out.
I'm,
Even though it's
again,
unofficial.
it would need to be confirmed, but
Sure.
I have talked to Aaron and understand that he has accepted a position there, but I'm not, don't quote
Right.
me on
Got
that.
it.
We just blew his negotiating power for money, huh?
Well, we didn't yet, did we, Jim?
I'll wait till the announcement.
Okay, the last thing I have on my list besides suggested agenda items for next meeting, is, does this time work at 1:30, or do we want to change this time to 1 o'clock?
Yeah, most,
Today one would have been better.
yeah, some days 1:30 is probably better, but today we're.
Depends on how
Well,
Shaq lines
of
up our
Yeah.
morning meetings.
I lined
Sometimes
them
we're
up,
going until
Hey.
1 o'clock.
I lined them up for you for the rest of the year.
I understand that, but don't add to it.
Yeah. We don't have specific time frames associated with those.
Correct. But I think with the first meeting of the month, we can usually get it
Not-
out at 1. Well, and then we don't need to drag it out till 3, we could be done at 2:30.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, I think an hour and a half is enough. So Dr. Aiken, I look at you, would 1 o'clock work for you? 'Cause I like
Either
you need to
time's
have
fine,
a-
I'm not particular.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Shaq had time, you know what, this gentleman had time between lunch and this meeting to go down and buy him a brand-new mountain bike.
Wow.
Yeah,
That
and I
was
think
quick.
they picked it up, and already picked it up from the store, didn't you? No? But you made the deal. Amen.
Okay.
You should have seen that fiasco over there at that bike shop.
Okay, 13, got it. Okay, so the next meetings for the rest of the time will be 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
should
All
be
right.
fun. Should be fun.
Does anybody have anything else that we need to talk about before I ask for suggestions for our next meeting? No? So anybody have anyone in mind that we should invite for our next
Aaron
meeting?
Montano.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be here that early.
He's still in Denver, I'm afraid.
He's gonna still be in Denver.
Maybe we can get him to come in the July meeting.
There you go.
Yeah, we can look at that.
You know, Bobby, I would like to see possibly, instead of a guest speaker, maybe a panel of speakers that could, maybe different providers come from Southwest Memorial, Access, the Recovery Center, whatever, and let them tell the board what legislative hurdles they face in actually getting the job done. So then the Board of Health can turn around as the Board of Commissioners when they go to CCI and say, we need to change these pieces of legislation.
I'd like to have a report from the bridge on their new facility, how they're experiencing, what kind of population they're seeing there, how their apartment, I'd like to, since we've.
From a public health perspective?
Yeah.
'Cause-
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah, what type of clients do you have? What are their issues coming in? Is it substance? Is it, what are you seeing there? Because they're the most hands-on, other than our police department and stuff, they're the most hands-on with a lot of our behavioral and
whatnot, public health people.
So do we want, so this is January, so the next one is April. Do we want to do, I don't know that we can do a panel and the bridge and
No,
us
I
talking,
think
because
we
that's
should
too
do the
much in
bridge
one
in
meeting.
April.
So I think we should do the bridge in April because they
They'll be
close.
closing out a season,
Yeah.
won't they? Yeah.
So why don't I see if I can get Lori to come,
Okay.
in the April meeting, okay? And then the July meeting, I don't know if we should have Aaron come or wait, let him
Yeah,
settle
we'll
in a
have to
little
see.
bit.
I mean, it-
Maybe we should do the panel in July.
Residency programs typically end at the end of June.
Mhm.
So asking him to come the first Tuesday in July might be a little bit.
Yeah, I think it might be
You might be
pushing.
wanting to have a break. huh?
Yeah, that's right, but, you know.
So maybe the
by
October meeting.
Yeah, October. The other item that we could consider, and I'm not quite sure whether this is a Board of Health item or a Commissioner's item or both, but EMS at Southwest Health System is working to become nationally accredited.
Wow.
And that national accreditation could be a way that we then, as a county, look at their status for licensure. And I've been looking at the regulations that we have related to ambulance licensing in the county and was going to propose sometime in the next few months that we might modify those in some way. And so I don't know, again, whether that's something for the Board of Health to look at first, have EMS come and talk to us at the next meeting about what the national accreditation means, or if we want to just put that straight to the commissioners, whatever you folks feel about that.
Would you like to make it harder for them to get a license or easier? I mean,
Well, because they'll be nationally accredited, they have to meet certain standards to maintain this accreditation. And many times, that designation, that they're an accredited agency, allows a county then just to say that as long as they maintain their accreditation, they are licensed to operate in the county. You know, right now, every year, I do an ambulance inspection, and I kind of talk to them about all of the different things that they do. And I've been doing that since the 1980s, with the break when I wasn't in the community. But, you know, there's been such a growth in EMS services in this county over the past 4 decades. It's remarkable. And to have worked with some of the same people through that time is also really heartening to see what they've done. But they would now like to gain this national accreditation, and I didn't know that perhaps that would be something that the county would want to then consider as the criteria for an ambulance service in the county, rather than having just licensed individual services. You know, right now, they're the main EMS. I mean, it doesn't interfere with a fire department that wants to run a rescue vehicle. We don't deal with that. You know, what we're looking at is just the certification that EMS, paramedics, EMTs, EMTIs would be. And they have some separation from Southwest Health System. I mean, obviously they're physically there. There's funding that comes to them from the Southwest Health System, but they function semi-independently in a lot of ways. And so just to try to recognize what they're doing to get this accreditation, and perhaps make it easier for us as a county then to look at anybody in the county that wanted to provide EMS services, that this could become a standard.
How long will it take them to get that accreditation?
They expected to have it by the end of this year.
Wow.
Yeah, they've been working on it now for a number of months. I've been involved with them on that,
So it would actually grow participation instead of limited by having accreditation.
Right. Right.
And it wouldn't have any effect on, say, Mancus Fire wants to run their ambulance, it doesn't affect.
Well, Mancus Fire is, I mean, that's part of the EMS of Southwest Health. Really, I think maybe Pleasant View or one of those has a rescue vehicle, which is not a licensed ambulance in the county. We don't go out and inspect them. They're not a licensed ambulance. EMS right now is provided strictly by Southwest Health System. If some other agency like Dolores Fire or Pleasant View or somebody wanted to become a licensed EMS provider, then the route that they would take right now would be to meet all of the qualifications that the county regulations call for, and have an inspection and make sure that, you know, they have people and equipment that meets our specifications. If we were to change this to become a requirement that they be accredited, then, you know, they would have to meet the national accreditation requirements before we would recognize them as a EMS service, emergency medical service that could operate in the county.
So that would be all ALS then, and not BLS?
Well, it'd be
So-
both. I mean, yeah, they have,
So-
you know,
so they
each
could do- 'cause
service.
A lot of the fire departments don't do ALS, they're
Right.
just doing BLS, correct?
Right, right. Exactly. And, you know, right now, we've got ALS on every run that goes out with the ambulance response from Southwest
From
Health.
Southwest, right?
Right, right.
Because they have EMTPs or EMTIs?
Yeah, they have, exactly, right. So again, perhaps we would want to have somebody from EMS, Matt Lindsay or Scott Anderson,
I was
come and
gonna
give
say,
a
which one
presentation to
is
the
the-
Board of Health and say, this is what we're wanting to do. It may be a commissioner's action to change the regulation.
Yeah, it would be. Does anybody know what our regs are other than you?
Yes, I do. Well,
Yeah.
I don't know, I
I
have
do.
copies of them, or.
I mean,
I send them
I've
out
heard of
every
this, and I
year,
remember
so-
looking into it years ago, being
Right.
like, hey, do we do this?
Yes.
These are, yeah, they're pretty old. I mean, we have
Right.
a couple of different phases of it.
1976?
Yeah, no, they're in the
76 or
70s, I think,
78
yeah.
was the first, and then there was an update a number of years after
Do you
that.
get paid to do that, or you do that voluntarily?
He does that as the public
As
health
our director.
medical
Yeah,
director.
yeah,
So
I do that as.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
every
mean-
year I get everything together and I connect with Scott Anderson and I give him the packet for every license. There's a bunch of paperwork that goes with it, and then Dr. Aiken goes to each ambulance
Yeah,
and
I
approves
knew we
it.
did this. I mean, I don't know if it was
Yeah.
Bobby who
It was
confirmed
me,
this for
because
me,
I
or Lori,
remember-
your predecessor.
No, I think it was
Yeah.
me, because I remember the first time I got the paperwork through the email, I'm like, what? We do ambulances?
The first time I found out about it was at the CCI meeting in
Yeah, I
Colorado
remember
Springs,
when
and
you
they
asked.
said, yeah, you are the counties of the licensing
Yes.
agent of
That's probably why I
ambulances."
should have done it.
I'd never licensed anybody, ambulance or otherwise, so yeah.
Because,
I
it's
think
because
we recall
public
that's
health
why I
does
looked
it.
It does it, yeah, because, and I had no idea that
Yeah.
we went through all of that.
Yeah, we
so-
do go through that every year.
Yeah,
And,
oh, yeah. it's-
and it's fine. I mean, again, I've worked with these guys for decades, so I know them, I know their equipment, I don't have an issue with it, but they really, this is a big deal to them.
But I think if they're willing and wanting to get that nationally accredited, I think that's an absolute.
If they want to come and
That's a-
present to these guys too,
Yeah.
maybe give us the regs, you know, before that happens, so I can at least look at them.
Yeah.
But it makes sense for them to look at them, especially, I mean, we got a couple people that now that know what they're talking about. I mean, I don't know that field, but.
Yeah, and I think if we wanted to just put an amendment or a revision or something to some of those older regs that would recognize accredited agencies, and my understanding from guys on the EMS is that other counties in Colorado have done this, that they have decided that using the accreditation was sufficient to allow operation of the ambulance within their counties.
Well, why don't I reach out to both Scott and Matt, unless you
I'll
want to get
reach
a hold
out
of
to
them, and see if they would like to come in April. I mean, I can get a hold of Lori. We can have both of them come. You know, Lori talk about the bridge and have Scott and Matt come, or come and kind of update you guys on the national accreditation process and where they are in it and what it means. And yeah, I think both of them, we could put both of them in the April meeting. if
And
that
I mean,
works
they're
for
going to
them.
become accredited,
Mhm.
whether we
Right.
recognize that or not. I
Right.
mean, it's really important to them.
Yeah.
Right.
And so the question then becomes, do we want to make
It's
some
required.
modification and just say, hey, you know, this is great, this is what we will accept now in the county is what you have to do.
Can somebody shoot me a copy of those regs?
Well, that's what I was just gonna say, so should we just send them to you and then you'll, or do you want me to
That's
send them
fine.
to you and all three?
I can send them to everybody.
Okay,
I'm sure you don't have enough emails. So, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, we'll do that, and then that way we'll do it as soon as possible so that you have time to look at them before they come and talk in April.
Yeah, see,
Okay.
see how our regs
So-
stack up with where they're at in their accreditation.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
Okay. All right. Okay, great. Well, we have all 3 Board of Health meetings planned out now for who we're
Very
gonna.
good.
Yeah.
Getting a good part of the year lined out.
Okay. Anybody have anything else? No? We're good?
Good.
Okay.
I'm good by me.
Thank you.
Yes,
All
thank
right.
you guys.
Oh, John. Comes in last and leaves first.
Oh, did you set up our?
Yes, January 23rd, 12 to 1.
Okay.
Does that work for you? Well, it was one of the.
The dates that I said would work.
But if you're like me, you turn around and put something else in its spot. Anyway, she sent me a calendar invite. She sent it to me though. She didn't include you. She didn't Laurel. She didn't.
So you'll be there Wednesday night? Okay. Wednesday night, there's. Just let me know where we're at. Well, what it is about, it's a strategy to, get rid of those. Okay.
Hopefully that class doesn't go all the way to 5.
Because I usually always, this is actually the second time I've